child. The reason we picked this particular area is because of the way that we, as Digital Age Conversations and our partners who are going to be presenting here today, have noted the way that the children's rights in the digital age have not been adequately addressed. It is of great concern, considering that a lot of children are online, especially during this COVID pandemic when they have to be online for school and other things. For that reason, we will be going into just some of the areas that we felt were of concern, and we hope that you will enjoy this session. Please feel free to engage. Thank you so much. We are just going to wait for 3 minutes or so for more people to join, and then we will begin our program for today.
You're on mute, Edith.
Thank you. Welcome back again. We are now proceeding with our session on the African child, the health of the African child. And today in the moderator's seats, I have Loveness Nleya, who is going to be co-hosting with me. Loveness is a consultant, trainer, and technopreneur who is into digital marketing, affiliate marketing, personal branding, and helping people with multiple streams of income. Loveness, over to you.
Thank you so much, Edith. I'm so excited to be here, and it's such an honor to be moderating with you. So we'll just jump on right in without taking too much of anybody's time. I'm so excited to hear what our speakers have to share with us. It's an area of passion and interest for me. So our first speaker is Suria Monye, and she's a lawyer and e-safety consultant. Now, she's the founder of the Wise and Harmless Digital, like a Palm Tree Foundation, and it's an organization focusing on online safety and digital inclusiveness. You know, that just got me excited right there. And she has co-authored books on child internet safety and co-led Project Open Eyes, under which she participated in the conduct of Nigeria's most elaborate survey on the use of the internet and digital devices. You know, so I'm excited that she's coming in from Nigeria, and her passion is to see technologically advanced citizens, particularly children, that are safe, smart, and savvy in the use of technology, and parents and educators that are equipped to raise good digital citizens. And that is really, really exciting for me. So I'm not going to take too much of your time. Over to you, Suria. I hope I pronounced your name right.
Yes, thank you, Loveness. Thank you, Edith. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. I'm grateful for this opportunity. I will just jump right into my presentation. Okay, so I would be discussing the digital health. So basically on the case of the African child. And today's presentation would focus on the extent to which the digital health of the African child has been affected, the effects on their digital rights and inclusion, and the steps that can be taken to mitigate any potential negative consequences. So I would start by defining digital health. I included wellness there because I think that adds more to our discussion. To find a definition of digital health was not so much a challenge, but there were many definitions. So the HIMSS provides that there are over 30 definitions of digital health, but the one that they've put together says that digital health connects and empowers people and populations to manage health and wellness. And I'll just keep over the next few lines, but it talks about digitally enabled care environments that strategically leverage digital tools, technologies, and services to transform care delivery. So it encompasses telehealth, mobile health, e-health, and e-prescriptions. And then what it really does is empower an individual to self-manage their health and wellness, and it connects to help optimize health and wellness. So there's also another definition. According to the WHO, it's more of their vision for what digital health should look like. So it talks about it being accessible again, and really, I mean, it's quite a long definition, but it really talks about what we have seen in the previous slide. So equitable and universal access to quality health services. So it's more of the systems and the use of technology in providing healthcare, right? And then the vision for this is to enhance research and development, innovation and collaboration across all sectors. So not just the health sectors, but other sectors as well. And then for digital health and wellness, because I think this is where we see the effect of digital health more, it refers to the state of one's physical emotional and mental health in this digital age or technological world using digital health. And under that, we have terms such as digital citizenship, screen time management, physical environment, mobile phone overuse, gaming addictions, and productivity as it refers to children. So another point that I would raise is the extent to which the digital health of the African child has been affected. In looking at this, we look at the existing traditional systems which are broken. We see that in Africa, the health systems are under-resourced, and there have been deaths from preventable and treatable diseases. So I give malaria as an example, because especially the fact that it has gone on for so many years, and there are many people, especially children, who still die from malaria. And then also the lack of routine health services. So it's very unlikely that you see children in Africa getting access to routine health services, so checkups and care that spans over a long period of time. And then also the response and provision of basic services was very limited due to the impact of COVID-19 and the focus on it. So COVID-19, though there are some other things we can talk about in that, it was just important to bring out that it actually affected the digital health of the African child, because the medical resources, as we have seen, was usually put towards the treatment, care, and just management of COVID-19, and not in a balanced way put towards the treatment or routine care of other diseases. So in spite of the huge opportunities to scale health of children and others using technology, we see here that sorry, just a minute. Can you hear me? Okay, so we see that in spite of huge opportunities to scale health of children and others using technology, there has been a lack of core infrastructure in what we have. So in Africa, well, I speak specifically for Nigeria, the electricity challenges and internet connectivity. So those go hand in hand. So we see that there is a dearth of the provision of constant electricity and internet access, and that also affects what we have for the African child. So I'll go on to talk more again about the extent to which the digital wellness of the African child has been affected. I talk about exclusion. So with the huge opportunities digital technologies offer, a lot of African countries are still shut out. With the lack of access to the internet and digital devices, and this is really due to poverty. So the child's primary concern is not really how he can use his Apple Watch to track his wellness or steps that he's taking in a day, because he may actually be needing food, right? Or how to contact a WhatsApp doctor or engage in e-health, because they just don't all have the money to, get connected to the internet and also to use digital devices. And then we also see the case of where some African children do have access to mobile devices, and then they are hooked on online betting. This is also illegal, and then has a net negative effect on their outcomes because it causes an addiction, right? And then also we have the case of fraud in many African states, where rather than innovate, African children have turned to online fraud. In Nigeria, this is known as Yahoo Yahoo. So it's also good to look at it from the digitally included perspective. So those who are with access to the internet and digital facilities, so digital health, they get to increase their access to health and wellness information and learning facilities in a very much interconnected world. And then this also increases the child's personal information being out online. So we have seen the rise of digital kidnapping, especially in the months during the lockdowns. And then digital technologies have and are being successfully used for communication and treatment. It has improved relationships, right? And we've also seen, to some extent, a rise in depression and mental health, but also the increasing awareness of this and access to treatments. And also digital access has improved medical outcomes. So next, I will talk about the effects on their digital rights and inclusion. The African child have rights, we know that. And these rights include ensuring that they live healthy lives and enjoy the benefits that digital technologies offer. So in March 2021, there was a general comment on children's rights in relation to the digital environment, which was adopted at the United Nations. So amongst other things, I just want to showcase what the general comment provides. It says, state parties should ensure that children have safe, secure, and confidential access to trustworthy, healthy information and services, including psychological and counseling services. And then those services should also limit the processing of children's data to that which is necessary for the performance of the service and should be provided by professionals or those with appropriate training with regulated oversight mechanisms in place. And it further states that state parties should ensure that digital health practices and services do not create or increase inequities in children's access to in-person health services. So from the previous slides, we've been able to see the difference between what's actually being provided and what is to be, so the ideal situation. And then I go on to talk here about how some African children have been negatively impacted in their formal learning. We saw that when they had no access to education, right? Or even learning opportunities due to not being in those formal environments anymore. And then also the health and safety protection from abuse, violence, and exploitation. Many are lacking access to quality health, education, and protection services. As we saw earlier, that digital health cuts across different sectors. So I wanted us to look here at the UN Technology for Development Innovation Initiative goal areas. And these are the digital rights that a child needs to have. And they are that a child survives and thrives. Every child also learns and is protected from violence and exploitation. And then every child lives in a safe and clean environment and has an equitable chance in life. So as I round up my presentation, I just want to talk about the steps that can be taken to mitigate any potential negative consequences. One of the first and foremost steps is in regulation, right? African states have to ensure that child rights laws and general health laws are amended to reflect the reality of digital health and make adequate provisions to reduce exploitation. There also has to be trainings. As we have seen, child health practitioners must be very well trained to cover for the great gap in awareness and expertise in digital health issues on the continent. And I put here in the best interest of the child, because that's the standard, right? We want to make sure that everything that we're doing is in the best interest of the child. And then other steps, just two more, that the identity. So if the African child will be included, the African child must have identity. Digital identities will help. And then in having those identities, we have to make sure that they're properly protected, as we have previously seen. And then in funding, as with things, progress will allow for funding, will follow funding. African states must devote more funding in this direction. So that ends my presentation. Thank you. We look forward to raising children that flourish in this digital age and have access to all that they can to make sure that the internet is, very much in their benefit. Thank you.
Wow, that was great. That was awesome. I absolutely loved the content that you had. I noted down some things like maybe would need clarity on like what would you define digital kidnapping as? I think that for me was the first time I've heard that term actually.
Okay, I'll go right ahead. So digital kidnapping is where someone's data is taken online and sometimes their data is used. So it's more, so you have the case of impersonification. So they could use it in different ways, sometimes to get access to other files that they have, mainly for financial purposes. But as we know, that probably go towards the parents, not the child. But for children, they, on some websites, you have places where there are faces of children. So people have taken pictures that parents have put of their children and put it on child pornographic websites, and just taken their identity and used it in exploitative measures. So it's really just similar to kidnapping, but online. Why it's even harder is sometimes apart from requesting that such sites come down, or on social media requesting that such account is blocked or removed, it's sometimes difficult to track how they got access to the photographs or personal data. So that is the case of digital kidnapping.
Wow. And I like what you said in terms of us as parents putting our kids online. And I think that's where I've seen that people will celebrate children from birth, right from being a fetus. We see everything. And literally a child's life is online for public consumption. And from what you're saying, if I get you right, they are there's more harm, right? There's obviously is we want to connect, we want to socialize, we want to all the reasons why we have social media, but it also has this dark side to it. And so how would you what advice would you give to a parent who's excited about the child going to school, first day at school, or I'm expecting a baby, and this is my baby, and that kind of thing? Because I've even seen newly born babies online and literally seen them grow, and I'm like, oh, okay. What would you advise?
So definitely, growing up, we didn't have these challenges of people putting our personal data out. And I know parents are so excited, especially at the just confirmation of having children and then, the birth. So they're having cases where people put ultrasound pictures and, they are tracking everything. So I would advise against that. You can keep it or share it with trusted, the family and friends that you really want to celebrate with and that will be celebrating with you. The internet has millions and millions of people. It's similar to putting your ultrasound pictures or your child's baby pictures on a billboard and driving past. So I would totally discourage it. And first day of school. So for security reasons, make sure that, if the child is in a school uniform and it has the name of the school, it's not visible. When the child is old enough to consent, I would say ask the child, because if I'm asked, I certainly would not want my pictures all over the internet. Maybe I would say, okay, send it to grandma, send it to grandpa, or to this aunt or uncle. But just knowing that there are strangers who are ready to steal those, And just because you also don't want a situation where people are going to that school to look for the child, even for the security and safety of other children, I would say don't put the child's name or birth details. Some people in their birth announcements, they also put the exact birth date, which goes on to be people's passwords, or the full names, and don't put location. So all of that personal information, I would say, if you must put the photograph, what we even have now is that people use avatars. So I know it gets tricky. You wouldn't want to put a cartoon face on your child, but just being more mindful of what we are posting, especially as many children are too young to make that decision for themselves. And many years down the line, they may not be happy with what has been put out for them. We have cases of young adults actually suing their parents for information that they have put up. So.
Yeah. It actually reminds me of the movie The Truman Show, when he discovered that his life was open for public consumption and he didn't know about it. And so at this point, I actually wanted to ask you, so how would you properly distinguish between digital health and wellness? I mean, I know that from what you've said, the health seems to talk about more of the health section, but for someone who's like layman and, wants to understand like at a very basic level, how would you differentiate the two?
Okay, I would do that in just a few words. The digital health has to do with the health system, so the health technologies and the instruments that are used to make sure that health is accessible, improved, and managed. While digital wellness refers to the state, so the well-being, which could be emotional, physical, or mental, that is as a result of the use of these technologies. So they go hand in hand, but it's proper and it's quite clear in distinction. I hope I've done a good job. Do you want me to explain further?
No, it sounds great.
Okay, thank you.
And what steps do you think Africa can take collectively to drive digital inclusion?
Okay, so it's interesting because we have seen a lot of, talk about it as well. And we must first see the urgency of the situation. So it's quite an urgent situation because it affects the health. So that is the life of first the child and then the adult. But if urgency is seen in the situation, then we would know that governments can begin to seek to do all that they can to support the private moves. We have a lot of private companies that are now, improving access to the internet and facilities through providing broadband across the continent. And then, governments will have to drop all of that right away, but provide the direct funding or guarantees where necessary so that there are more partnerships.
Sounds great. And I actually, you said in Nigeria, there are issues with electricity and access to the internet. And I think it's actually the African's narrative because one too many times you're in the middle of something and you lose connectivity or you lose the power. So it resonates with us as well in Zimbabwe and South Africa. And then how can we get private institutions interested in the digital health initiatives? Because I know that when we talk about health and, we know that private institutions focus mainly on making profit and, thinking about the bottom line issues, the income and all that. So how do you think we can just rope them into this amazing opportunity to make a positive impact in people's lives using tech?
Okay, so we've seen a lot of that. So with Telco, Main One, Liquid Telecom, but we have to increase in partnerships and incentives. Okay. So in all fairness, actually, the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated this. Yes. We saw a lot of partnerships along the line, and we also saw the African governments relying on these partnerships, especially for testing and for treatments. And so if we deploy this same approach across the different health verticals, we would see more interest from private institutions.
Wow, that sounds so great. And I want to thank you for this insightful presentation. It was so power-packed. And if anybody who's attending has got any questions, please just pop them into the chat box. I'm sure at some point we'll be able to also read through them. So at this point in time, I'm going to ask Edith to take over and to thank you so much yet again for that amazing and insightful discussion.
Thank you very much, Loveness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Loveness and Siwa. That was really insightful, and I loved that distinction that you made between digital health and digital wellness. So many learning points indeed. Now we are going to be moving over to the next speaker, who's Opal Masosha Svanda. Now, Opal is an assistant legal researcher at the Secretariat of the African Committee on the Experts on the Rights and the Welfare of the Child. She obtained an LLM in Human Rights and Democratization in Africa from the Center of Human Rights at the University of Pretoria in 2020, while she was doing great things during the COVID period. And there she was awarded the Kiba Mbaya Award for the best dissertation. We have greatness in our midst. Opal obtained her LLB from the University of Zimbabwe in 2014, and she has extensive experience in child rights and has interest in access to justice by children and children's rights in the digital age. Joining us from Lesotho is Opal. Opal, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Edith, and greetings to everyone. I'm very happy to be taking part in the digital age conversations. So I'm going to share my screen. Today, I'm going to be talking about the digital health of the African child with focus on children's privacy online. Please confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the structure of my presentation, I'm going to give an introduction, which is going to be followed by challenges and risks to children's privacy online. And then I'm going to look at the international legal framework protecting children's privacy, which is going to be followed by the regional legal framework and then the national legal frameworks. And thereafter, I'm going to talk about the gaps in the protection of children's privacy online, which will be followed by best practices and then recommendations. So before I move to the introduction, I think it's good for me to give a background or an overview of the internet penetration in Africa. So as of March 2020, the internet penetration in Africa stood at 39.3% of the total population compared to the rest of the world, which was at 62.9%. But however, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I can say we have actually seen an increase in internet penetration. And this also includes children accessing the internet. So when we look at technology, we can say that the increase in the use of technology has actually created opportunities for children, because through the technology, children can actually enjoy various rights. For example, they can learn online and therefore enjoy their right to education. They can access information, and they can also communicate with their peers or with their families. However, the internet also creates challenges and threats to children's rights, and this includes the right to privacy. So when we're looking at the threats, they actually come from parents, peers, educators, strangers, and data collection by public or private institutions. And the threats can also come from the children themselves. And looking at children, due to their age and lack of knowledge, they are unaware of the various threats to privacy online, and therefore they remain at risk. So when we look at the challenges and risks to privacy online, we see that there's the sharing of personal information by children. So in this regard, we see that children share and disclose personal information to the whole internet with peers, especially on social media platforms. And as children, they are usually not aware of the range and the breadth of the online audience and the potential danger that may result from such actions. They assume that the information will always be within the boundaries of their close contacts, failing to anticipate the possibility of such information being shared. In some places, a significant number of teenagers actually upload personal images that have a sexual tone without awareness of the nature of the images and how they can actually be assessed and misused for sexual gratification purposes. In that regard, in worst cases, photos of children have been captured and shared within social networking sites for child sexual abuse material. And even in scenarios where pictures have been voluntarily posted by children, they may not be aware of the possibility of their photographs later resurfacing should their lives or personal situations become of public interest, and thereby it actually creates a threat to children's privacy online. The other challenge or risk is online surveillance, data collection and processing. So we see that the internet creates new opportunities for companies and governments to collect, store and process children's data online. And of particular concern with regards to children's privacy is the increasing use of mass surveillance strategies by companies and governments which collect their personal data and information. And through the use of techniques such as bulk interception, the internet, traffic transiting fiber optic cables that land in a specific country is actually monitored, and huge amounts of data, including personal data pertaining to children, are actually collected and analyzed. So looking at online surveillance, it can actually be more dangerous to children, as through bulk data collection, authorities are allowed to build and store records of children's digital footprints if linked to individual profiles. And then we have also the issue of parenting. The previous speaker, Siwa, mentioned, this whole theme of parents actually sharing their children's information or pictures online. So we see that the threat to the privacy of children actually does not arise from companies or governments only, but there are cases where parents' conduct online actually poses a threat to children's privacy. We've seen cases of parenting whereby parents share their children's personal information or images. And this form of parental breach of children's privacy can actually have another dimension in the digital era. So we call it parenting. It actually has a bearing on a child's reputation or privacy, either immediately or in the future, for instance, by enabling the abuse of such information. On the other hand, we can also note that children can actually be harassed as a result of their parents' information online or violation of their parents' rights online. So moving on to the international legal frameworks, first of all, we have the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is actually universally ratified, and it provides a framework on the protection of children's rights, and this includes the right to privacy. So when we're talking about the Convention on the Rights of the Child, it's very critical to mention that 4 general principles have been identified by the Committee on the Rights of the Child that inform the realization of all the other rights. And these are non-discrimination, the best interests of the child, survival and development, and child participation. So these principles actually have relevance to children's rights to privacy, and hence should be applied when talking about the protection of children's privacy online. So when you're looking at the Convention on the Rights of the Child, particularly Article 16 provides that no child shall be subjected to arbitrary or unlawful interference with his or her privacy, family, home, or correspondence, nor to unlawful attacks on his or her own and reputation. So in that regard, the inclusion of correspondence is of significance in the digital context, as it implies that children's forms of communications, and this includes through the internet, should not be interfered with unlawfully. And this means that any instances permitting interference with the child's communication should actually be prescribed by law. And then also regarding unlawful attacks on honor and reputation, the provision implies that there should be laws in place to protect children from conduct, either verbally, orally, or through the media, which may have negative impacts on their reputation. So looking at the right to privacy online, this provision actually implies that states must ensure that internet service providers and online access services such as social networking sites, online gaming, and internet cafe owners safeguard suitable levels of privacy for consumers, including children. The other implication is the obligation placed on states to ensure that children who are navigating the internet have adequate knowledge and guidance so that they can be able to safeguard their right to privacy efficiently online. Also, we have the general comment on children's rights in the digital age. The previous speaker also mentioned it. So this general comment also notably protects children's right to privacy online, and some of the noteworthy provisions include the call for states to take legislative and other measures to ensure the protection of privacy of children by all organizations and environments that process their data. And further, privacy and data protection laws should not limit children's other rights, such as freedom of expression and protection rights. Online surveillance of children, on the other hand, shall respect children's right to privacy and should not be conducted without the consent of the child involved or the consent of a parent or a guardian in respect of younger children. And also we have the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And in terms of the guiding principles, while governments have the primary obligation under international law to protect children's right to privacy, the United Nations has also adopted these principles that avow a corporate responsibility to respect human rights. And this responsibility applies online as well as offline for all groups and across all rights. So moving on to the regional framework, since today we are talking about the African child, we have the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which actually protects children's right to privacy in terms of Article 10. And what is important in that article is that the article provides that parents or legal guardians shall have the right to exercise reasonable supervision over the conduct of their children. So this provision can actually be applied to children's privacy online, and it implies that parents and guardians have a right to reasonably monitor and supervise children's online activities. So this role of parents is actually important to note when we are talking about children's privacy online. And I'm also going to talk about Article 20, sub-Article 1 of the Charter, which provides that parents or other persons responsible for the child shall have the primary responsibility for the upbringing and development of the child. And this is actually a reinforcement of the role of parents, which is alluded to in Article 10 of the Charter. So we can see that this formulation is actually in line with the key tenets of international standards to regulatory environments around children and digital media. That is, parents provide the necessary guidance and control over digital content in the first instance, as opposed to state authorities or other regulatory agencies. So in this regard, in the digital context, various measures can actually be employed by parents in monitoring children online, such as the use of parental controls, amongst other things. Also, when we're looking at the regional framework, it's also important to talk about the AU Convention on Cybercrime, which actually calls upon state parties to put in place legal frameworks aimed at strengthening fundamental rights and freedoms, especially the protection of data and sanction any infringement of privacy. So in terms of Article 8, sub-Article 2, any form of data processing should actually respect fundamental rights and freedoms. It is, however, said for me to mention that this AU Convention on Cybercrime is actually not yet in force, because up to date it has only 8 ratifications and only requires ratification by 15 countries. So also the SADC model law on data protection and ICT is also relevant to mention when you're talking about children's privacy. So this model law protects privacy of children, as it provides that the personal data of a child may be processed only subject to the provisions of Article 37 of the model law, which actually provides that if a child is the data subject, his or her rights may be exercised by his or her parents or legal guardian. If, however, in terms of national law, a child is able to provide consent individualistically according to his or her age and ability, this child shall be allowed in line with the key tenets of international standards that requires respecting the evolving capacities of the child. So moving on to the national legal frameworks, according to Deloitte in 2017, only 17 out of 54 countries actually had enacted comprehensive data protection legislation, for example, South Africa, Ghana, Angola, Benin, etc. Also, other countries such as Zimbabwe and Uganda have enacted personal data protection laws, the promulgation of which has not yet been made effective as they are in the form of bills. So we have seen improvements in some countries such as South Africa, whereby there is actually explicit protection of children's data, for example, in the Protection of Personal Information Act, in sections 34 and 35, which actually prohibit the processing of personal information of children, although with exceptions. So looking at the gaps, how far have we gone as African countries in protecting children's right to privacy online? We can see that we still have gaps. For example, we have a total lack of data protection laws. We have some countries which do not have data protection laws at all. And this actually jeopardizes the protection of children's privacy online. And then we also have instances whereby there is non-comprehensive data protection relating to children in the existing legislation. We still have complex online privacy policies. I remember yesterday I was online and then I came across this long policy and it was written in complicated language. And I don't lie, I just said accept, although I know that this might have implications, but this is actually an example of some of the gaps or the challenges we still have in the protection of children's privacy. So imagine if someone like me is failing to understand what is entailed in those privacy policies, what more children? So it's actually an indication that children's privacy is still at risk, and there is a need to actually adopt legislation that comprehensively protects the personal information of children. So in that regard, I would also want to talk about best practices, because when we identify the gaps in the legislation, it's also good to draw best practices from other jurisdictions to inform law reform in the continent or in the African countries. So I would like to refer to the European Union General Data Privacy regulation. It actually has explicit provisions that talk about, the processing of children's information. So for example, we have Article 8.1, which actually talks about the conditions applicable to a child's consent in relation to the information society services. And then we also have, Article 12, which calls for transparent information, communication, and modalities for the exercise of the rights of the data subject, and Article 17, which actually talks about the right to erasure. And then also we note that, there have been cases that have been dealt with by the European Court and, the other countries in Europe relating to, the privacy of children. So I highlighted the case of Bogomolova, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly, versus Russia, whereby the court actually dealt with the case concerning the use of a child's image without parental consent. I know this was not in the online environment, but I think it's important to highlight this, since we have been talking about parents posting pictures of their children or even relatives. So in that case, the image of the child was actually on the front page of a booklet, which was meant to enlighten citizens about the local authorities' efforts to protect orphans and assist families that are willing to adopt. So the court actually held that there'd been a violation of the right to respect for the private life of the child, as the image was used without parental consent. And the court also highlighted the false impressions and inferences which could be drawn from the context of the photograph, namely that the child was an orphan or had been abandoned, and the implication that could have on public perception of the relationship between this parent and the child. And then also there was a case of Hachette Philippachi Associates versus France, which also indicates that children's privacy can actually be affected by the information published about their parents. So this case actually concerned the murder of a French prefect, whereby, you know, his photograph, the photograph of the corpse lying on the ground in a pool of blood, was published by a weekly magazine without the family's consent. So the widow and her children actually approached the courts, alleging that their right to respect for their private life had been violated. And in that regard, the court held in particular that the result of publication of the photograph in a magazine, which with a very wide coverage, had been to increase the trauma experienced by the deceased family, and hence they were actually justified in arguing that their right to respect for their private life had actually been infringed. So also looking at the EU, as I mentioned, that there are other countries which have actually passed legislation on data privacy, and the legislation actually protects children's privacy online, and they have actually dealt with cases on the same. So for example, France has enacted legislation which prohibits the publication and distribution of another person's image without obtaining their consent. And in terms of the penalties, offenders can face up to 1 year in prison. And this also applies to parents posting pictures of their children online. When we also look at the Netherlands, there was actually a case whereby a woman was ordered by the courts to remove photos of her grandchildren from social media, as she had posted them without their mother's consent. So this is actually an indication of the efforts that have been taken in the EU to protect children's privacy online. And this can also be possible in the African region. So the last part of my presentation, I'm going to talk about the recommendations as to what can be done to ensure that children's privacy is protected online. First of all, as I highlighted, that although we have the AU Convention on Cybercrime, it's still not yet enforced because we have not yet achieved the required ratification. So it is recommended that the African countries ratify this AU Convention on Cybercrime, and also countries should review, adopt, and update national legislation in line with international human rights standards. Data privacy and protection laws should be comprehensive, human rights centered, and they should have explicit provisions regulating the processing of children's personal data. And then the laws should also be clear on the duties of internet service providers and websites in relation to the processing of children's data and the penalties for breach. It's also important to ensure that children are consulted in the law reform processes as they have a right to participate in matters involving them. Also looking at that, child online protection should actually be integrated within national child protection policies, and the needs of children in disadvantaged or vulnerable situations should also be addressed. Further, states should ensure the operation of effective child protection mechanisms online and safeguarding policies in all settings where children access the digital environment. There should also be allocation of resources to implement the legislation, policies, and programs to fully realize children's rights in the digital environment. Data collection is also important in this regard. Regularly and updated data and research to understand the implications of the digital environment for children's rights is actually needed. And then finally, for states, it's important to disseminate information on, the threats of to privacy online and how children can actually protect themselves. And then businesses actually have a role to play as well when it comes to protection of children's rights. Online, particularly the right to privacy. So businesses should have transparent data collection methods and clear explanations on the purpose of collecting data. And the privacy policies must be in clear and understandable languages. This will actually ensure that children and their parents or guardians have a better appreciation of the reasons why the data is collected and how it will be used. And also in setting rules on consent for the processing of children's personal data, businesses and internet service providers should take into account the particular age of the child and their evolving capacities. And in cases where consent has been obtained, I think it's important for businesses to take steps to verify whether the consent indeed came from a parent. And then lastly, the businesses and internet service providers should uphold the right to erasure. And once a child turns 18, websites that have collected and used personal information with the explicit consent of the child or their parents should no longer be allowed to retain the information gathered before the child reached the age of legal majority, and should be obliged to remove the information immediately. And in that regard, the individual can be given an opportunity to discontinue or explicitly consent to the continued collection and use of their information and the implications therefore. So in that regard, that is the end of my presentation. I don't know if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Opal. That was power-packed. We've got so much information there. I'll just start by asking on the last part regarding the ISPs and businesses. Do you know of any that are following the recommendations that you made in your presentation? Do you know of any ISPs worldwide or in Africa?
Sorry?
Do you know of any ISPs or businesses that have started implementing the recommendations that you made in the last part of your presentation?
Oh, okay. So far I don't know yet, but I think it's an area I would need to read around and see which of the businesses and ISPs are actually implementing those recommendations, and to what extent is the children's right to privacy protected in that regard. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much. You know, I found it very interesting because we had a current issue with Facebook, for instance, where there's been a lawsuit against them regarding people's privacy violations. And I suspect that children are also involved in those violations. So it would be interesting to see how these players are going to modify their frameworks and their business plans in order to suit the requirements that you have made and the recommendations that you have given us there. Thank you so much. My next question is, in your presentation, you highlighted that parents can play a role in protecting children's privacy online through the use of parental controls to monitor how the children participate online. Do you think that this can result in an interference with the children's privacy, considering that now children have rights as well? If we are saying that parents can have parental controls to monitor children's activities online. You're on mute. You're muted, Opal.
Sorry for that. So I think, thank you for that question. So it is very critical to note that whilst the objective of parental supervision or parental controls is actually undoubtedly legitimate, as children are actually protected from online risks, a clear interference with children's privacy and even with other rights such as freedom of expression or access to information or participation and development of digital literacy is actually presented by parental controls. So in that regard, I would say it is necessary, or there is a need to take into account the evolving capacities of a child. So as such, addressing the tension between, the parental supervision or parental controls and children's right to privacy and engagement with the cyberspace, due deliberation needs to be given to the importance of the internet as a resource and a means of increasing and strengthening children's capacities and their evolving capacities. So due weight actually needs to be given to the age and maturity of the child. And in most instances, younger children would need more guidance from their parents as opposed to older children. Thank you.
Okay, and so how best can parents play their role without interfering with the children's privacy where the children are older?
Okay, so as I mentioned, the issue of evolving capacities that we need to take into account the age and maturity of the children. I think parents should also take that into consideration when they are monitoring their children's activities online. And I think it's also important for parents to actually develop a habit whereby they talk to their children about, these things, the dangers of the internet, and also educate them on how they can actually best protect their, their rights online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. I agree that communication is very important because the children that we're raising now, you can't just give instructions without explaining why certain things are being done. So that communication and building trust, I believe, between the parents and the children is also important. Thank you for that. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, educational activities shifted to the online environment, and this obviously increased the threats to children's privacy online. How best can schools ensure the protection of children's privacy whilst ensuring that children continue to enjoy their right to education, especially during the pandemic where they are learning online?
Thank you. And I would say it's quite worrying that, many schools, when the lockdown was enforced, many schools were actually quick to switch to online learning. And one wonders what steps were actually taken by the schools to ensure that children's rights will actually be protected as they undertake the online learning. So I would say it's important for schools to have in place policies that safeguard children's privacy online as they undertake these online classes. And then also the government should actually make it compulsory for the schools to have such policies in place. And these policies should actually explicitly provide information as to where the children can actually seek redress in the event that their right to privacy is infringed. And also, it's also important for schools to educate the parents and children on the online threats to privacy and how the children can protect themselves from such threats and where to report in the event that their privacy is violated online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I suppose with the COVID-19 pandemic, the reasoning behind most schools just jumping into it without the frameworks, the necessary frameworks, was because no one actually anticipated, or very few people anticipated, that we would have to resort to online learning without the necessary, policies and guidelines. Even governments as well were caught off guard. So I suppose now we've been over a year in with the pandemic, and it's time that we see evolution in the way that things are going to be done. Thank you for that, Opal. My final question to you is: as we celebrated 30 years of the adoption of the African Charter on the Rights of and Welfare of the Child, would you say the Charter sufficiently protects children's rights online, particularly the right to privacy? And to follow that, what are the emerging concerns or opportunities for future consideration in relation to the right to privacy online?
Okay, thank you very much. So, whilst we understand that the Charter is actually the key human rights framework for children in the African context, we should note that it was crafted when the internet was in its early stages and its significance was much underestimated. Although we can agree that it was phrased to apply broadly across time and space, and we can say that the provisions of privacy actually apply in the digital environment. Unfortunately, there are growing concerns over how to interpret and implement the provisions of the Charter in relation to the digital environment. So I would say, in as much as we have, the protection of children's privacy in the African Children's Charter, I feel like there is actually an opportunity maybe for the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child to see how best the Charter can, protect children's rights online, particularly the right to privacy. And this can be done by undertaking maybe a continental study on the impact of technology on children, and also provide guidelines to states on how they can ensure the protection of children's rights online, including the right to privacy. And further, I see another opportunity of developing a general comment. I know the UNCRC has developed a general comment, but I think it would also be good for us to develop a general comment on children's rights in the digital age in the African context. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. The African context, we need that definitely, because our situations are not always exactly similar to other jurisdictions. So thank you so much. I'm just going to go over to some of the questions that we have in our chat. Loveness asked, I've noticed that in social responsibility initiatives, we have children's images being used to show delivery of the initiatives and or to solicit funding. In terms of their rights, what is your view, Opal, on this?
I got it correctly, but I would say, yes, indeed, we've actually noted that children's images are being used. So in that regard, as I spoke about, the use of children's images without parental consent, I would say the use of children's images without the consent of the parent or the guardian is actually an infringement of children's rights to privacy. So I don't know about other organizations, but I've seen, some organizations such as UNICEF. I used to work for an organization called Justice for Children, whereby we would not share, children's images without having explicit consent from the parents. So I can say it's a bit worrying, and organizations or individuals are actually encouraged to desist from using personal information of children or children's personal images without getting consent from the parents or the guardians. I hope I answered Loveness' question.
Thank you so much. And yeah, you're right. I've also observed, even with social media platforms, a lot of schools are now utilizing social media platforms for various things, and you will find that there's a lot of content with children's images there too. This has definitely been a very useful learning curve. I do not see any other questions for you, so I will now thank you for the presentation, and I would like to also advise our participants that we will be sharing the presentations after this session to everyone who's online today. Thank you so much, Opal. Over to you, Loveness.
That was awesome, Opal. That was just great. What an amazing way to start a Friday with so much information. Absolutely amazing. So our next speaker is Tsungirirai Marufu, and she studied at the University of South Africa, obtained a Bachelor of Laws honors degree. Her career commenced when she joined Justice for Children as a legal assistant in April of 2014. So Tsungirirai has been responsible for assisting children in conflict with the law, as well as dealing with all family law related matters. In February 2016, Tsungirirai joined Gutu and Chikowero attorneys as an associate, and she rose through the ranks to become an associate partner, a position she holds to date. Her area of practice includes general civil and criminal litigation, with a particular focus on family law as well as commercial law disputes. And she has represented clients in both inferior and superior courts of Zimbabwe. She's also responsible for general practice management and supervision of support staff. And Tsungirirai is a member of the Zimbabwe Women Lawyers Association. She's also a member of the Institute of Directors and regularly writes on various legal issues on behalf of the Institute. So it's such a pleasure to have someone with an amazing profile like this to be speaking to us today. And she will be covering access to the internet and technology for the African child, gaps and recommendations. So Tsungirirai, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, Loveness.
Good morning. Please take us on so that I don't eat too much into your time. It's such a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone. I'm excited to be contributing to the Digital Age Conversations. I'm excited for this wonderful opportunity. My presentation will focus on the access to the internet and technology for the African child. I'll look at the gaps and recommendations. So beginning of 2020, we saw massive school closures in Africa as nations battled to contain the COVID-19 virus. That heightened the already existing educational, social and economic gender inequalities. Because even before the advent of COVID-19 itself, the region already faced considerable challenges in education. And this ranged from the absence of quality teachers, outdated and unavailable reading material, absence of, inadequate physical space for our fast-growing population. And statistics show that over 110 million children between the ages of 6 and 18 are out of school in Africa as we speak. Statistics also show that over 37 million young people require technical and vocational training in other forms of education that would facilitate their path to employment. Yet this SDG, Sustainable Development Goal for Education, number 4, commits countries to addressing these challenges and to attaining universal pre-primary, primary, secondary, and gender equality by giving children access to learning for their employability. Such commitment would obviously require innovative approaches that go beyond simply building, educational institutions, but also the use of technology, for children to access education. So one way in which African nations can do that is through the use of the internet for learning. In fact, now due to COVID-19, the use of the internet has become more of a need than anything. And although most African countries have they've seen improved broadband connectivity at national level, there remains huge gaps between children in urban areas and those in rural areas who have little or no access to connectivity at all. Because there is no electricity, there is no, the necessary equipment. So in essence, there is not enough broadband capacity, that can be used to save most African countries' efforts to meet the SDGs in general, and to facilitate interactive and equitable learning. It is my view that the governments have a huge role to play in unlocking the potential of the internet for learning. For instance, policymakers need to address the 3 interlinked areas, that is promoting infrastructure development, fostering ICT skills, and promoting supportive governance. Policymakers must also ensure that there's affordable broadband connectivity in schools and colleges, to facilitate real-time interactions. The same efforts should also be extended to access to electricity, because this often constrains the use of the internet for learning. It is also critical, in my view, for policymakers to ensure that they promote 21st century buildings, that make it possible to blend e-learning so that it becomes a reality. It is also important for regulators and decision makers to create an enabling environment for private sector investment in infrastructure and content. I believe it's also important to set principles and rules that promote services, applications, and human capacity development. It is also critical, in my view, that policymakers stimulate better internet access, by supporting broadband infrastructure and ensuring that budgets for internet infrastructure are allocated equally and centrally. And regulators can also play a great role by ensuring that schools have access to high bandwidth under favorable commercial terms, and allocating special funds, for children to access the radio frequency spectrum, for easier access to learning. I believe it's also critical for policymakers to strive to participate in global efforts, for exchange of open educational resources, as outlined in the declaration, in the Paris Declaration of OER, that is Open Education Resources. I believe there's also need to support local efforts that promote creation, adaptation, and exchange of learning resources. And lastly, I think policymakers should also ensure that there are incentives to ensure that teachers are given a prominent role and their skills are upgraded, and incentives are put in place to reward their efforts, so that we see a faster integration of ICT in teaching, learning, and the assessment processes. That will be all for today.
Thank you so much. That was very, very enlightening. Really got a lot of value from it. Just have some questions for you. You mentioned the role of the government and policymakers in unlocking the potential of the internet for learning in impressive detail. So are there any other players that can support the digital access to education for the African child other than the government?
Thank you for that question. There's an African proverb that says it takes a village to raise a child.
Yes.
I think it takes a holistic and collaborative approach from parents, from the teachers, and from private partners as well, to enforce digital inclusion by investing basic infrastructure and knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Loveness.
Thank you. And also you mentioned that there is a growing divide between the children in the urban areas and the children in the rural areas in terms of access to the internet. Can you detail some of the things that come to mind in terms of the impact of them not having access? Because I also noticed that there's also some divide between private schools and government schools and middle. I don't know if there are any classes that I can actually say people who've got access to the internet and all these digital devices. What are some of the effects of those gaps and disparities?
Thank you, Loveness, for that question. I think when COVID-19 hit us beginning of last year, most schools in Africa completely closed. Mm-hmm. And those in urban areas at least started on online education. Mm-hmm. But in rural areas, because there is no infrastructure at all, both for the teachers and for the children themselves. Essentially, children were at home for the whole period that countries were under lockdown, trying to contain the situation. So in other words, they had no access to education at all, whereas those in urban areas, at least he had some access to online education. So in my view, that has been quite a huge gap.
Yes. Actually, now that you've put it that way, I know of cases where children are actually a year behind. Maybe we've got children that are in grade 2, but they're, in terms of their learning ability, they're actually at grade 1 level because of that lost academic year. And that is really, really something that's concerning in a way. And you mentioned the holistic approach. I like the proverb that you mentioned, that it takes a village to raise a child. And you mentioned the private partnerships to help the government. So in terms of these players that come on board to participate in promoting digital rights, how would you want them, in your own view, what would be the ideal way in which they can do this? I know you mentioned infrastructure. I don't know if there's anything else that comes to mind on how they can actually promote the rights, the inclusion, especially for the African child.
Thank you, Loveness, for that. This is an area that I'm still also looking into, but I think basically collaborating with governments, because I think infrastructure is the basic, it's the basic need that we have for us to put in place, for us to have better ICT access for children. So this is something that I'm still looking into, but I think collaboration with government would be a starting point for private players.
Okay. Well answered. Thank you so much for this session. It was absolutely amazing. I have enjoyed it, and you brought to light some very pertinent issues. And so it's at this point in time, I'll just quickly go through what people have posted. So here I have someone asking, someone by the name of Arome David, I hope I pronounced it well, who says, what can be done to ensure full coverage of the girl child to digital health? So I don't know if this is specifically to Tsungerirai, or it's also to Opal or Siwia if they're still online. What can be done to ensure full coverage of the girl child to digital health?
Any one of our panelists is welcome to respond to that.
To answer, yes, please. So can I go ahead and put in my perception? I know that there is definitely a buzz around fighting for the girl child in terms of access to a lot of things, because it has been noted that the girl child is the one that's most affected in terms of education and a lot of things, mainly because of the gender roles that they have within different communities. So getting them online, actually, it means that we need to start to have a very holistic approach that includes the parents, that includes the people that actually groom the children and nurture them and stay with them. Because some of the disparities and the reason why they don't have access is because as a parent, I'd have told my child, no, this is not something a girl should be doing. How many people do we know? Just focus on this. And there's that like almost imposing what I know to be the role of a woman or a girl within the society, and that then also takes them away from that access. So I see that Siwa is here, and she was the one who was talking about digital health. I don't know, could you assist us on this question? What can be done to ensure full coverage of the girl child to digital health?
So I was just going to add that really it's the same thing with the government taking the urgency, paying more attention. So I know, yes, so in some countries and some African countries, the girl child is seen as lesser to the male child, right? So they think, men have to be at the forefront, girls do not need to have such education or experience, but we have to know that they're equal and just treating them that same way. So a child is a child, regardless of if the child is male or female. And really the same thing, because we have child prodigies that have a lot of talent and they are female. So we have girls excelling in coding and things that we would have thought, oh, that should just have been left to the males. But the full coverage would come first with a change of mindset as to how one sees the girl child. Very recently, the Day for the Girl Child in ICT was celebrated, and that's a good step, that's a good move as well. But also to make sure that these there's consistency in the sense that same opportunities are also open to children that are female and not just to males. But I've been seeing a lot of governments and organizations showing the equality and making sure that all those exclusions are not there. So thank you for that question.
Thank you so much, Arome David, for that one. That was a very, very good question. I don't know, Edith, could you add on to this one? I know, or Tsungirirai, did you have something to say?
No, that was all. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our presenters. I will just give this moment to each of our presenters to, if they have any final words regarding what we were discussing today. I'll start with Siwa. Do you have any final words for us as we close the session?
Okay, I'll just add thank you again for the opportunity. I noted that there was a question by Loveness in the chat. I know Opa answered this, and very rightly so. She did a great job in answering. But I just wanted to add that, we have to also take into consideration that there are some, child celebrities, or like I was saying earlier, child prodigies. And they are, they're showcasing their talent at a very young age. So while it may be against their right for their images to be used, this is a matter that would have to be discussed with them and their parents, and whatever is in the best interest of the child should be considered, right? So, but these factors, unfortunately, are not often taken into consideration. The permission of parents are not being taken, or permission of guardians from the schools, or like the question asked, in social responsibility initiatives, children's images are just being used without much consideration of the effects that it could have on them in the future. So certainly that was a very good question, and also response by Opal. But I wanted to add that, the privacy of the child will have to be balanced with the promotion of the child's artistic abilities or gifts as well. And it is definitely important to take all of that into consideration. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Siwa. And any final words, Opal, as we close the session?
Thank you very much. I think my final words would be that it is important for us to note that children are, a vulnerable group. I know someone would say we should not use the word vulnerable, but for now I'm going to use it. So it is very important for us in our work to engage with children and make sure that their awareness is actually or rather they are capacitated. There's capacity strengthening of children, particularly on the issues of, their rights in the digital environment, because we live in a time whereby most children's lives have actually shifted to the digital environment, and most of them are actually not aware of how they can present themselves online, how they can protect themselves, and how they can actually report cases of online violence. So I would say it's our responsibility to make sure that in all our initiatives, we engage children and we make sure that we empower them on how they can best protect their rights online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Opal. And over to you, Tsungirai. Do you have any final words for us?
I just want to thank the organizers of this event. I think it's important that we keep engaging stakeholders so that we can continue to promote the children's digital rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the participants. Thank you for your engagement and your questions. We appreciate you joining this very important discussion, which we all take very seriously. We believe the children are the future of our continent, and as such, we need to protect them today so that they can make the right decisions as they navigate the cyberspace, and that their digital rights are also protected by everyone. Like Tsungirai said, it does take a village to raise a child. I would also like to thank our speakers, our presenters for today's session. Siwa Monye, Opal Swanda, Tsungirirai Marufu, you were phenomenal. And we learned so many important lessons in such a short period of time. And I hope that everyone who's going to get access to this session is going to also implement what we have learned here today. I would also like to appreciate Loveness Nleya, who was my co-pilot in moderating today's session. Thank you so much, Loveness. You also provided so many valuable insights, and you made this session so much more brighter. Again, we thank the organizers, the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. We value such discussions. We have been following all the discussions that have been going on as Digital Age Conversations. These are some of the issues that we have at heart. And even though we are focused on children, it is our belief that we cannot live in a vacuum. Everything has to be aligned. And therefore, we appreciate you bringing us on board and having us share our insights. We thank you so much to the Paradigm Initiative, which has hosted DRIF 21. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day and many blessings to you all. I will hand over now to close.
Paradigm Initiative presents Drift 21, the annual Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. From the 12th to the 30th of April, Drift 21 will be forging discussions on digital policies, advocacies on enhancing digital rights and inclusion in Africa and beyond. The 18 days Pan-African Digital Festival will be hosted both virtually and in person across 12 countries with a vast array of tech experts, resource persons, and the civil society for over 33 sessions. Drift 21 is an event like no other. From digital rights, internet shutdown, freedom of speech, human rights, gender balance, and many more. Drift 21, where conversations on digital policy in Africa are shaped. Follow us now and be part of this event. Proudly supported by Ford Foundation, O Media Network, Kingdom of the Netherlands, Department of State of the United States of America, OSIWA, and many more.
Pay $300,000 or go to jail for 3 years, or both. You might have no choice. A new bill, now christened the Social Media Bill, proposes these measures as the consequence for things you post as an individual on social media that the government labels false. 1. It doesn't matter if you are the original author of any information considered false or not. Just a simple act of sharing or reposting this information could put you in jail. 2. Anything that you post that is perceived by the government to diminish public confidence in its delivery could land you in jail. This ambiguous clause could be interpreted to cover criticism of government policy or action, calling for protest, or just ordinary banter. And 3. This law would make it possible for the government to shut down the internet, like any website, blog, or other digital channel at will. Bloggers and social media influencers could spend 2 years in prison or part ways with 150,000 naira if the government decides their posts are false. And it could be much worse. Should someone in the government get mad at you, or maybe the person just doesn't like your face, then you could be accused of spreading false information that could jeopardize national security. This would mean that you get to spend up to 3 years of your life or pay a fine of 10 million naira or both. And one last thing, according to a clause in this bill, you would have no chance, none, to defend yourself in the court of law without appealing prior to the law enforcement agency. So now, tell me, what do you think about this social media bill? My name is Antoleki, and we are woke.
For Nigeria, nothing where we never see. Day by day, try to make life hard for we citizens. The only thing we got left now freedom of speech. Now they want to come through the social media bill. Come on, everybody stand up. Yeah. Make you fight for your freedom. Yeah. Freedom of expression. Now we human rights. Yeah. Through any media. Oh. So people go here. Oh. This not democracy. No be slavery. Oh. Make you hear the bill. Hear the voice of the people. Social media bill.
As if we are not going through enough already. If you now take the last thing we have, that is our freedom of speech, what do we have left? Then apart from that, see opportunities that come with social media, see barrier breaking, and you want to take that away? See, we're actually begging. We are not using strong head here. This is not a hate speech. Don't tamper with our freedom of speech. Please, I beg. Kill the social media bill. God will not take away your voice. Thank you very much. Oh my.
is breaking news. Protests are breaking out in parts of the city over the government shutting down the internet during the recent elections. Human rights organizations are asking for the UN intervention into a clear abuse of human rights.
Good morning. I have a letter. I'm supposed to see.
Please have your seat. Someone will be with you in a minute.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Mondays are the absolute worst. I am sorry I have kept you waiting.
It's fine, sir.
James?
Jude.
Jude, yes, Jude. You are welcome. You can call me Rogers. Come with me. Come. So Jude, I saw that you scored quite high at your test. Very impressive.
Thank you very much, sir.
But don't think you've bagged it just yet. This child of ours is the last evaluation before a hire. Okay, here we are. Yep. Hey. So Jude, did you read up about the position?
Well, sir, to be honest, I couldn't really find a lot of information about the office online. I know the role is for a high-performance project manager, but
Jude, you applied for a job, but you do not know what the company does? What kind of professional are you?
No, sir. No, I'm talking in terms of the operational.
Relax. I'm just messing with you. We're into security across Africa. Of course, you are not going to find information about us in some random search. You should have seen the look on your face. Come, let's go. Still working at admin a long time. But then I found more satisfaction in recruitment. Come, we're almost there. Today, I am here to show you the 4 departments you could be working with. The teams that drive them. You think you can handle that?
Oh, absolutely, sir, I can.
These guys do effective work at monitoring and scrubbing communications across the continent. And these guys live in anticipation every day. Rukewe, Habib, and Lady Rose. Jude.
Hey.
One of the biggest factors in security is learning to anticipate smaller problems before they become bigger problems. They've made particularly significant inroads in Rwanda.
Rwanda?
Of course. Thanks to government helping with legislation that gives them a free rein. But we both know that law or no law, these guys could easily hack any communication in that country. Sorry? Not the friendliest bunch in the building. But, like I always say, data makes one dull. Hello. These three gentlemen are Gregory, Legacy, and Mensa. Do you know the biggest threat to a nation's peace?
No, sir.
The biggest threat is the internet, an intoxicating place where people perpetuate misinformation and promote chaos. It's a place where order falls flat in 140 characters.
Amen.
So they monitor the internet?
Monitor? They do better than that. They shut it down. This core team handles blackouts and shutdowns of networks across Africa. Did you see Ethiopia? Legacy did that. And due to his work in that region, we were able to operate without reports of our work on ground leaking out to the fake news sites. We're putting a special package of this service together for our clients in Nigeria.
Hey, your phone is ringing.
I'm so sorry, sir. It's my mom. I'll just...
No. Why? Go ahead, answer your call. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much, son. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You have found the place, Abby?
Yes, ma. No, ma. I didn't have trouble finding it.
How is their office? Are they serious people? Don't worry, my son. Follow your heart.
Mom, can I call you back later, please?
I know you, huh? You will make the right decision.
All right.
Jude, I think we can take a pause in the tour for a minute. Let's go have lunch. Come, let's go. Come.
Sir? I've been wanting to ask you a few questions about this office. People must know what you do here, right? All over Africa. You say you're in the country, Israel, so how come no one is saying anything?
Pass me your phone. You have Twitter, right? Can I use your phone for a minute? How many retweets does this have?
350,000.
Now let me find that idiot that's always insulting the president. And how many does this one have?
41 retweets, sir.
Eat your food, Jude, my friend. Nobody cares. Eat your food. Jude, the only time the office would be worried is if all these countries where we operate in actually come together to compare notes and talk. But this is Africa. We both know that will never happen. Come with me. Now, if we're talking sheer numbers and scale, this is my favorite department. Egypt, 2019. Remember Abd al-Fattah? Wouldn't keep his mouth shut, so we acquired him. That's this, guys. Mary, Halima, Thomas, and Thomas. Don't mix them up. Jude, if you need a problem or problems to disappear, these are the guys to talk to. They deploy their contacts across Africa so effectively. Jude? Jude, shall we? Come on. Jude. Pays you well, it never stops harassing. Timesheets. Ready for the last room? So come on then, let's go. You want to hear something ironic? Terrorism has furthered our cause more than anything in the last few years. Now, governments can increase their budget in order to fund the operations they need. No questions asked.
Keeping citizens safe.
That's right. In Nigeria, the government invests heavily in this kind of equipment. Think of it as a build-up to bigger things to come. Jude, come. Well, that's it. That's our little operation here. It's a thankless job, but we do it. Plus, I can tell you that we pay people well to keep them happy. I mean, benefits, bonuses, your insurance.
I really have to.
I like you, Jude. I really do. You're young, smart, and you think deep, I can tell. You know, it's people like you we need to pass the baton to. You gave me a good vibe today, so I am going to give you an opportunity. But first, we have a little tradition around here. Think of it like an induction. Go on. Gaining information under pressure against a ticking clock has always been a true test of grit and a willingness to improvise. There is an office bet on how fast you can get a series of names from our friend in there. Now, the office record is 7 minutes, but I put my money on you to split that in half. Was I wrong? Was I wrong? No, sir. I can do it. Welcome to the team, Jude.
This tutorial video will guide you on how to
expressniger.com.
déjà été arrêté ou connaissez-vous quelqu'un qui a été
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining this session on building networks and communities of practice in digital rights work. I am the moderator for the session today. We have about a minute to go, so we'll give time for a few participants to join in, as well as our panelists. We'll kick off in 2 minutes.
Hi, Ashna. Can you hear me?
Hi, Caroline. Yes,
Hi.
we can hear you.
Fantastic. I'm trying to fix the video.
Okay, and I see Clodoaldo is online as well as Apollo. We're 1 minute into the session, so we'll kick off. Hopefully, Abdi Fatah will join us in due course.
I am here, Ashna.
Oh, great, great. Okay, so we have all our panelists here. I'll start all over again, 2 minutes into the session. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you and welcome for joining us to this session on building networks and communities of practice in digital rights work. The session will explore experiences, catalytic and replicable results towards building a wide network of active, regionally based digital rights actors, as well as opportunities for collective learning, knowledge generation and sharing, as well as internal capacity support to drive sustainability of initiatives. The discussions will be centered around the Africa Digital Rights Fund, also known as ADRF, which is an initiative of CIPESA. CIPESA, for those who are not aware, is the Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa. I work at CIPESA as a program manager, and we are based out of Kampala, Uganda, but work across sub-Saharan Africa on inclusive policy and practice, with our efforts focused on research, coalition building, skills and knowledge development, as well as strategic litigation. Those efforts center around issues related to internet rights or digital rights, one. Secondly, internet governance and the multi-stakeholder model. Third, the role of ICT in promoting inclusive and participatory governance, ICT for civic participation or democracy. And lastly, open data and the right to information. The Africa Digital Rights Fund itself was launched in April 2019, and it's aimed at supporting advocacy, skills development, and movement building to effectively influence policy and practice for digital rights protection in Africa by offering flexible and rapid response grants. Having been launched in April 2019, as of December 2020, the fund had supported 33 initiatives with a total sum of $355,000 US. With those initiatives implementing interventions across 35 African countries, which is over half the continent. The Africa Digital Rights Fund formation was in response to a situation where a few organizations were defending and promoting digital rights, with many of those active in the area faced with limitations of reach, skills, resources, and consistency in engagement in digital rights work. So ADRF aims to support emerging as well as established organizations, many of whom find it difficult to sustain their work as they face state repression, stagnate or declining funding, and capacity challenges. I'll now introduce our panelists and ask each of them to switch on their videos as I give their very, very glowing biographies. First, we have Abdifatah Hassan Ali, who is a Somali blogger, human rights defender, and co-founder of Digital Shelter. Digital Shelter is a local initiative that promotes digital rights and internet freedom in Somalia. He has extensively worked on human rights and social justice campaigns in Somalia, and he is now focusing on expanding online civic space where internet is open, safe, and inclusive for all Somalis. He holds a Master's of Arts in Development Studies from Kampala University and a bachelor's degree in Information Technology from Simad University, Somalia. You're welcome, Abdifatah, and a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Our second panelist is Caroline Gator. Caroline is the Executive Director of Mzalendo in Kenya. She is a governance and communications advocacy specialist with demonstrated success in leading and building sustainable programs and strategic leadership in governance, tourism, humanitarian and development sectors. She's an ardent advocate of constitutional promises of public participation, integrity, equality, devolution, access to justice, and accountability. She holds a master's in development studies, a bachelor's in political science and sociology, and a diploma in public relations, amongst other professional qualifications. Very welcome, Caroline, and thank you for joining us in this session. Our third panelist is Clodoaldo Castellano. Clodoaldo is a technical advisor in disability inclusion with extensive experience in disability law and policy, including with the National Human Rights Commission of Mozambique and the Disabled Persons Organizations Forum, also based in Mozambique. Thank you for joining us, Clodoaldo. Pleasure to have you as well. Last but not least is our fourth panelist, Apollo Kakaire. Apollo is a manager, communications and advocacy at the African Center for Media Excellence, also known as ACME, which is based here in Kampala, Uganda. He has extensive experience in media for development, project management, research, and advocacy. He holds postgraduate qualifications in journalism and media studies from Rhodes University in South Africa, as well as qualifications in mass communications. He is currently pursuing additional qualifications in rural development at Makerere University. So that is our panel of four. I hope they all have their videos on. I can't see you. But yeah, oh, there you are. Yes, so everybody's visible, great. So the session will run first with introductory remarks from each of the speakers. They'll have about 10 minutes each. And then we will switch to Q&A, see what panelists and participants have to share from their experience or from what panelists have shared. And then we'll move back again to the panelists for additional comments and questions. And we'll hopefully be able to squeeze all of that in the 1 hour and 10 or so minutes that we have. I will invite Abdifatah to go first. Abdifatah, what are the issues that you have addressed under the Africa Digital Rights Fund, and specifically the ones that you count as successes attained in advancing the digital rights agenda?
Thank you very much, Ashna, and thank you for the organizers and everyone who is joining this panel discussion. Sorry, it's very interesting, and I think we can say for Somalia, we've done a lot. We have achieved a lot, actually. We were the first institution to start addressing the issue of digital rights in general. This was not actually in the discussion previously before we started this activity. So what we did, basically, we organized forums, debates with community members. We hosted national level, forums with government and authorities, basically to discuss about the importance of digital rights. Kind of, it was public awareness, but also pushing government and authorities in developing and framing policies that support digital rights and digital inclusion. And actually, we've achieved two things. Actually, I can summarize the achievement in two things. One with the community members. Actually, the public awareness in the digital rights have increased. So now people are aware of their own digital rights, whether that's data privacy, whether that's their own freedom of expression, like in the online civic space. Lots of all those issues now, especially with the people we were closely working with, such as journalists, media, bloggers, human rights defenders, people who are dependent on the use of internet, because of their work or for different reasons. So that's one achievement. So we have a network of digital rights network locally established, exchanging information, exchanging updates, discussing about the ongoing digital rights initiatives. So that one is what achievement at the community level. The other achievement is at the national level. We have hosted a couple of forums, actually, and meetings with the national level, especially with the Ministry of Communications and Technology of the Federal Government of Somalia, where we were discussing with them on developing policies and regulations that are supporting and promoting digital rights and digital inclusion. And one of the successful achievements under this was that the ministry actually has end of last year drafted first digital inclusion policy with a specific focus of women, youth, marginalized groups, especially internally displaced persons. This came out of as a recommendation, actually, of a national level forum we hosted last year under this grant. That we need a nationwide, policy of engaging and including everyone, building a digitally inclusive society in Somalia. And that is one of the achievements. Another achievement, actually, which we are now collaborating with the ministry and is developing data protection and data privacy policies. Both of them are pieces of legislation that are still in draft. And we are hoping that once finalized and approved by the cabinet, it will be passed into law. These policies will not only promote, but will also defend the freedom of expression in the online space, the digital rights, privacy, which is a very big concern for us. So under the program, many support groups have been formed with the activists and journalists. We had a capacity building component with journalists, actually, on digital security and digital safety, which was very impactful and useful. While we were implementing the activities, we also had engagement with social media companies like Twitter and Facebook, especially addressing on issues like hate speech in the context of Somalia and Somalis on Facebook. We have had a number of Twitter accounts that have been actually blocked, suspended by Twitter for no reason, especially with journalists and active social media users who were very focal in the platform. And then we reached out, and then all those accounts have been restored. So that engagement also started with Twitter and Facebook. We have now full collaboration with Facebook, especially the Sub-Saharan office, which is based in Nairobi at the moment. So we're working with them on building community standard, especially in the Somali-speaking language, and also developing, a hate speech database to counter this. So these are the major achievements, if I summarize. And I have categorized them into three, actually, instead of two. One was with the community we've established in the networks at the grassroots level, especially with the online and media communication, journalists and bloggers. And then the national the policies and regulations we've been pushing with at the national level. And then as an institution, the engagement we are now having with social media companies and other international partners to address the emerging issues in the digital space. So if I also add the figures, the number of people we've reached through the grant, actually we were able to reach 130 human rights defenders, 130 professionals, including human rights defenders, bloggers, and journalists who were all trained under the digital security and protection component. And then one of the most successful actually achievement, which I can say is the sustainability issue is out of the forums and discussions we were conducting under this grant. One of the great recommendations that came out was continuation of these community platforms. And luckily, we found we were supported by a number of actually other partners, such as academics, universities, other platforms, initiatives, and we've started what we call monthly coffee meetup. This is purely unfunded and completely voluntary initiative, where every month we host an event forum, and then we choose a topic that are concerned to our community that are specifically related to digital rights, digital inclusion, internet freedom, freedom of expression in the online space, civic space, all those issues like hate speech, online harassment and cyberbullying against dissidents and journalists. So this is an ongoing event. Every month it's hosted by a partner, by a community member in their office, and everything, including the the tea and coffee, everything comes out as contribution from our community members. In some occasions, actually, it's entirely and fully sponsored by our partners, which is really very interesting, because this is a sustainable of what we were doing previously. And people are actually interested and excited to keep the discussion on. So those are the major achievements for Somalia. Actually, it was first time all these issues have been addressed. Previously, we were dealing with freedom of expression and generally in the offline civic space, but now we are focusing more on the online, and digital spaces. And the awareness has actually increased, and the outcome in general was very positive. I think that's the summary of what we've achieved under the grant and what we are doing right now in terms of sustaining the activities we were doing previously.
Thank you, Abdi Fattah. We are truly honored to have Digital Shelter amongst the cohort of ADRF grantees. There's a lot in terms of the potential of technology in the socio-economic and political development of Somalia. And from what you've mentioned, it's clear that there's a lot more potential in terms of engaging around digital rights in Somalia, given that there's the digital inclusion policy and the data protection law in the pipeline. Also great to hear that there's been a multi-stakeholder approach in the various engagements, the monthly meetups that Digital Shelter has organized. You indicated broadly a couple of stakeholder groups that you've worked with: human rights defenders, bloggers, policymakers, and platform operators. Is there any stakeholder group that you feel could be more regularly engaged that you're not necessarily currently engaging?
Yes, so the ICT sector, especially the telecommunication companies, who are more or less involved in digital economy initiatives, and is one of the stakeholders that we are planning to engage with. Another stakeholder that we are now planning to engage with is innovation and incubation hubs that are emerging in Somalia at the moment. They are using internet and digital platforms to create opportunities, whether that's business or other initiatives, and encouraging actually more youth, female and male, to start their own initiative on internet using digital platforms. So those two stakeholders, we are planning to engage with them in our regular monthly meetup or in other initiatives. And we want them to advance basically digital inclusion, building digital skills of those who are digitally disconnected from the rest of society. So we thought that it's important to engage with these two stakeholders at the moment.
Thanks, Abdel Fattah. Indeed, telecommunications companies, technologists, and innovators are a key stakeholder group in advancing digital rights, because there is a business case for digital rights or human rights. We will now move on to our second panelist and hear about their Africa Digital Rights intervention and successes within, as well as stakeholders engaged or that could be engaged more regularly moving forward. We will move just south to Kenya and hear from Caroline.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Ashna, and once again, happy to be here. So Mzalendo Trust came on board the ADRF grant in January 2020, which, as you're aware, was a very interesting year, not much less because of COVID-19, but also what was happening in the country then. As we got the grant, the country had just come from a robust conversation around the National Integrated Information Management System, our Huduma number, as it's called here, which had brought to the fore the conversation around data protection, data privacy. And then, of course, with COVID now having, with the pandemic, the issue of data protection around contact tracing then also took center stage. So it's in this context that we were able to undertake the activities that we had planned on doing, and we did a couple of things. So the first thing we did, and which was a first for us, was document the data protection journey that Kenya had taken from independence to April 2020. A key development during that time was the passage of the Data Protection Act in December 2019, which Kenyans had advocated for and which had become a success. So we looked at where we had come, the aspects of data protection. We looked at the National Integrated Management System and the citizen reaction to it, and why that had elicited a lot of, if I may, emotional responses from different quarters, including litigation. So a lot of actors, a number of actors went to court. And so we also looked at that aspect of litigation and what they're trying to seek. The third thing that we did with the grant was the stakeholder engagement. So we brought together civil society, national actors, and media working in the area of data protection. And this was one, to disseminate the report, the research findings, but also to have a conversation around what could be done to improve the space and to stimulate the action. The fourth thing that we did was develop a simplified version of the data protection. We recognized that although the act had been enacted after a number of years of work, not everybody was familiar with the act. In fact, it seemed as though the awareness of the act was limited to an elitist group of actors that had been involved in its development. And given what then was happening, especially around COVID-19, the contact tracing, as I mentioned, the NIMS, also, we felt that it was important that citizens were aware about that act and what it provides in terms of data protection. So we developed a simplified version of it that was not so litigious in the legal language of it, but citizens could understand. We doubled this with a robust communication, social media amplification and communication on the same, in which we brought actors or professionals in the sector to then speak about the issue. Another thing to add is that the meetings that we convened, we were able to then bring experts to speak about, to break down the Data Protection Act into what people could understand and what the implications of that were. I think in terms of the successes would be that even as we were having this conversation, Kenya, during this conversation, Kenya managed to get its first data protection commissioner ever, which had been a recommendation from the Act. So that the fact that that office has been established now actually provides opportunities for actors like ourselves to then engage. The second thing that has happened since is that the regulations to operationalize the Act have also been put in place, and there's already a call for public participation. So as Mzalendo Trust, we've also been engaging or amplifying the call for public participation so that people are able to give their views to the Data Commissioner's office and that these are factored upon. So I think for us, packaging our success around the stakeholder engagement, the media articles that we're able to generate, the report, the fact that we documented the journey up to last year, the social media and the simplification of the Data Protection Act, I would say were one of our big successes. What are some of the misses perhaps that we faced during the season is in some cases, especially during the stakeholder meetings, one, in addition to the work of in addition to the challenges brought about by COVID, initially when we were putting in the proposal forward, we had looked towards a robust physical engagement that would bring together a broad-based list of actors. So of course, we were not able to do the physical meeting and we ended up having the virtual meeting, including the launch, and so for us, that was the first challenge. The second challenge is that sometimes despite our best efforts, we were not able to always get the government, the duty bearers that we were seeking to be able to attend the meetings. And so we think that's an area that we still need to do a bit more work. The other success maybe I would say is that maybe perhaps, and maybe in terms of attribution to the work that we did, there's now a lot of conversation around the data protection, and you see this being unpacked in different forums, in different fields, in different contexts. It was interesting to see data protection in terms of health, for example, in relation to COVID, data protection in terms of registration, bearing in mind that the National Integrated Management System is some sort of a cradle to grave kind of registration system that intends to register your documents from birth, perhaps to the point of your death, as a single document. And of course, I think that sensitivity around providing all your information from your birth certificate to your national ID, to your passport number, to your any other number, whether it's the PIN, the personal identification number, providing that information to an officer and having it situate in one space, I think was causing a bit more jittery. So again, creating awareness around that and the public participation. So I would say that's what we were able to do in that 1 year. It was, for us as Mzalendo Trust, it was a very interesting focus or course of work, given the work that we do, that part of the work that we do is actually facilitating access to information on parliamentary information. And so for us, it also made us more keen and more aware of the efforts that we needed to put in place to ensure that even as we provide this information through our website, we are cognizant of the need to protect, to comply with the data protection provisions, on the need to protect personal data for members, balancing between the public and private interests, and just ensuring that the precautions, the retrieval mechanisms for such data, then we put all systems in place to make sure that that information is safeguarded and cannot be used for malicious reasons other than what we have acquired the information for. So very informative, very provoking kind of program for ourselves, but also very, very, very promising in terms of what needs to happen next and what activities still remain to be done. I think I'll close the introduction there, Ashna, unless you have an additional question.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I think the focus of Mzalendo's initiative, which is the Huduma number and data protection in Kenya, is a story that is, you know, has raised very many questions, has been on the spotlight of very many media coverage and discussions at policy and practice level. I want to ask you a follow-up question. Mzalendo's previous experience is around citizen participation in legislative processes primarily.
Yes.
And you've also touched on the fact that physical engagement or stakeholder engagements were not necessarily able to be implemented due to the COVID-19 restrictions. Can you tell us a bit about how the Dokeza platform closes or closed this gap during this implementation?
Oh, thank you. So again, this was one of the other aspects of work that we were able to do within the grant, which was to enhance our Dokeza platform. So Dokeza is a bill annotation platform that was informed by the fact that we recognized that there was a gap between what citizens interested in engaging in legislative processes would be interested in doing and what was actually available. So Dokeza, which is almost like, you know, give your views really, came up to then bridge this gap. And what it does is that it allows citizens interested in the legislative process to go to the platform, be able to give their views on a bill. But before the ADRF grant, there was a challenge because the process was cumbersome, the process was not fully automated, you know, and so people would have to give their views, and the team in Mzalendo Trust would then have to go and collect those comments and then collect them into a memorandum, because what the end result is that we then generate a memorandum that is submitted to the committee in question relating to the bill. So with support from ADRF, we were then able to enhance the platform to an extent that if a citizen wants to give their views on a bill, they go in and they key in their comments, and there's capacity for it to then generate an automated memorandum of understanding without having to go through so many processes. So we were able to enhance the user experience. We were able to expand the capacity and automate it, and therefore make it a little bit more friendly. And again, also we were able, with the support of this grant, to do more sensitization, public sensitization on the participation, on public participation, and especially then given the context, because public participation in Kenya, the call for public participation is mainly done through a newspaper, including today. If you go to today's paper, you'll find there's a call for public participation on the aspect of vetting, you know, of the Chief Justice, for example. So one, not everybody has access to a newspaper. Two, within COVID, obviously, people are a bit skeptical about physical papers, you know. You really didn't want to go through a physical paper. Three, once that call for public participation is made through the newspaper, the public participation forum itself is a physical meeting, whether it's in Parliament or whether it's us in the civil society organizing a public participation forum to discuss a bill and then come give an opinion. Used to be mainly physical. And so with COVID, obviously that became a challenge. And as we moved to the virtual space, the idea was how do we still bridge that gap, ensure that public participation, which is a central tenet of our constitution, is not compromised by the pandemic. And so Dokeza came in to fill this gap, because one, we could then very ably tell you which bills are due for public participation, give you a platform to go and give your views, be able to generate a memoranda from that platform and submit it to Parliament, whether we do it as Mzalendo Trust or whether the institutions interested are able to do that, but also create awareness about bills. And one of the things that we have found with Dokeza, and especially relevant to this conversation around digital inclusion, has been the fact that the user base is a very young demographic that is digitally aware, but might not be so interested in, for example, making physical appearances in a public participation forum. So we believe, again, the platforms that we have put in place are helping us bridge this digital divide and ensure that those not in a place where they're able to attend public participation fora in one way, then also have an option that makes sure that they're included in the conversation.
Thank you, Caroline. We are again very pleased to have been able to support avenues for extending stakeholder participation in policy processes, as is the case with the interactivity function of the Dokeza platform. As we all know and are likely aware that beyond the research or beyond the stakeholder engagement and awareness raising amongst the public, it's important to participate in the policy reform processes that shape the policy and legislative landscape around digital rights. Crucially so in a remote context, given the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic, which doesn't allow for conventional gatherings and physical delivery of memorandums or submissions of comments. That brings the conversation squarely into the next speaker's forte, which is how to include stakeholder groups that are traditionally excluded from not only shaping the agenda, but accessing technologies themselves, that stakeholder group being persons living with disabilities. Claude Waldo, please share with us the experiences of your intervention under the Africa Digital Rights Fund, notable successes, and also how you are able to get more stakeholders involved in advocating for inclusion of persons with disability in the digital rights or digital transformation agenda.
Thank you, Ashna. I hope you can hear me. Okay, great. Thank you, Ashna, and it's a really great honor to be in such a Pan-African panel. So thank you for this opportunity. Well, I'm speaking in representation of FAMOD. FAMOD is a forum of disabled persons organizations. We aggregate different disabled persons organizations in Mozambique, and we are represented at national level. So for us, this was the first time we engaged in the digital rights advocacy, and it has been a very interesting learning experience, and we have been able to strengthen skills in the movement of persons with disabilities, but also to initiate some relevant conversations around digital accessibility in Mozambique. So in our proposal, I will go back to the arguments we raised when we submitted our proposal. Our key message was that Mozambique is not appearing in digital accessibility index for persons with disabilities. So as you know, through there are indexes for measuring access for ICTs for persons with disabilities. And many countries, including African countries, have been submitting data around access for ICTs to persons with disabilities. But Mozambique has not been participating in such platforms. So that was a concern for us. So we saw in this fund the opportunity to initiate conversations around access to technologies for persons with disabilities. So how has this happened? First, CIPESA, it was a great coincidence because CIPESA had been developing tools to assess ICT accessibility in the African context. So CIPESA noticed that the global or the international or rather the West tools to measure access to ICTs for persons with disabilities were not covering adequately the situation in the African context. So CIPESA developed specific tools to measure how African countries were doing with their ICT accessibility obligations for persons with disabilities. As you know, most of the African countries have ratified the African Convention, the International Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And this convention has clear and specific obligations to all state parties to promote access to technology for persons with disabilities. So that's most African countries have that as their, have ratified or have accepted such obligations. So CIPESA understood that we should have and use African tailored tools to assess how people with disabilities were accessing the technologies. So I think we were the first ones trying or piloting these tools. And so the first thing we did is actually to establish, to have a group of researchers, field researchers, which have got some training from us here at FAMOD, but also from CIPESA on how we could deploy these tools. So, and basically these CIPESA tools covers 6 areas of ICT accessibility. The overall legal and policy framework, public access, video and television programming accessibility, public procurement, web accessibility. So these CIPESA tools have specific indicators measuring access, how persons with disabilities have been accessing to technology in these 6 areas. So we conducted this research basically using a literature review. We also conducted site visits. We also had key informant interviews. And this type of methodologies has actually been very useful for us to extend our network of partners and to raise awareness amongst different stakeholders on their obligations around ICT accessibility. So we managed to address different partners, and that's one of the I think one of the key aspects of these CIPESA tools. They actually tell you who you should get in contact with to get information. So we were able to reach to different stakeholders and try to get some information. And obviously, most of them did not have the information we were looking for. And we know we knew that they wouldn't have this information, specific information around persons with disabilities. But that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was actually to have this conversation with them and to make them aware that they must produce this type of data around persons with disabilities. So once we had, then after we did this, all this research, we compiled our data, and I will just mention briefly some of the key findings we got from this research. First, around the legal and policy framework, we found that the laws and policies for persons with disabilities and the ICT laws and policies in Mozambique, they do not take in consideration the needs of persons with disabilities in the access to ICTs. So that's the first conclusion around laws and policies. So it means that Mozambique has not been making progress in the overall policy and legal framework under the obligations of the CRPG. So we haven't seen any progress in the laws towards recognizing or acknowledging the obligations to provide access to technology for persons with disabilities. And second, in the second group of indicators of public access, we also realized that the public access framework, the public access actors, they are not aware of their obligations to provide access to persons with disabilities. So we have in Mozambique, we actually have in Mozambique a regulation around public access, and we have a universal access fund in Mozambique, which has been financing different programs to facilitate access to technologies for different groups. But unfortunately, this public access fund has not been targeting persons with disabilities and not actually measuring how many persons with disabilities have been access to the projects they fund. So unfortunately, ICT accessibility for persons with disabilities is not a major concern in this public access. So around in mobile communication accessibility, we also, some of the findings were that the telecommunications companies, they are not providing specific services for persons with disabilities. For instance, deaf people, they do not have lower rates to get to use SMS. They do not have relay services to be able to communicate with anyone. And we also noticed that they are not able to use emergency services through the usual telecommunications services. So these are some of the conclusions we got. Now, on access to television and video programming, we also realized that we are in Mozambique, the television companies, they are not, they are lagging behind on their obligations to provide access. For instance, they're not providing sign language interpreters, or if they provide in a very, very low percentage of their programming. And the information around accessibility facilitators is not available in their programming. So if you go to the menu, the program menu, you cannot see which programs actually have a sign language interpreter, which programs have captions. So and these obligations are not, as I mentioned earlier, these obligations, they are not present in the law. The law does not impose such obligations on the television companies. On web accessibility, we actually did a specific work, and I will go in details about web accessibility, because here we actually partnered with the Data for Change. So CPESA linked us with Data for Change, which is a UK-based organization working on data, how to use data to transform societies, basically. So we did a partnership with Data for Change for specific advocacy work. So we collected data of 100 websites in Mozambique, including government websites, employment websites, financial service websites. And we actually realized that most of these websites had severe accessibility problems. So using specific specific softwares, we were able to measure how accessible those websites were, and realized that actually some government websites were really had severe accessibility problems for persons with disabilities. And then we also, in the public procurement, we also did some research, and we looked at how our laws on public procurement in Mozambique consider ICT accessibility criteria. And actually, we saw that there is no consideration of ICT accessibility. So any government agency can buy whatever equipment, ICT equipment, without considering accessibility features. So, and this makes us a good market for non-accessible or ICT equipment. So, and we also went through some procurement processes and just to get some more evidence on that. And we actually saw that the government agencies can buy non-accessible equipment without any sanction. Actually, these were the areas where we researched, and as I mentioned, this is what was suggested by the CPESA tools. Finally, afterwards we did some advocacy, and based on these results, we conducted some advocacy work. I mentioned that specifically on web accessibility, we worked with Data for Change, and we actually did a web accessibility campaign. We launched the campaign in our networks and our social media, and we actually got very good results. And we notified all the agencies that had non-accessible websites that they should make some change in their websites. We also had the opportunity to join a newly created government group on ICT inclusion. So we're able to present our results in this group and influence actually the establishment of this group. So those are the main results I wanted to share. So Ashna, I think I will stop here for now.
Thank you so much, Clodoaldo. The project by Disability Persons Organization Forum in Mozambique demonstrates two crucial, I may call them buzzwords, but very crucial taglines within the digital rights agenda and broadly around sustainable development. And those are leave no one behind and nothing about us without us. Digital accessibility for persons with disability falls squarely within those two very crucial considerations that organizations that are pushing for digital rights and inclusion and non-discrimination should be aware of. Our fourth panelist, before I go to our fourth panelist, Clodoaldo, do you mind speaking very briefly, because I've asked other panelists around stakeholder groups and those that are not regularly engaged or avenues for engaging more stakeholders. I want to ask you what opportunities exist around engaging through human rights review mechanisms, such as the Universal Periodic Review.
Yeah, thank you, Ashna, for this question. Yes, actually, with again, we had the opportunity to make a submission to the UPR mechanism, the Universal Periodic Mechanism, which is the Human Rights Council, UN Human Rights Council mechanism that reviews the situation of the human rights of UN members. So we managed to make a submission partnering with CPESA and small media around digital rights, and we had a specific session on accessibility for persons with disabilities. So we hope that the recommendations in this report will also be taken in consideration by our country once the review happens. And actually, the review is scheduled to May 4th May, I think next week. So, and we also engaging in the monitoring process of the CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And the data we have produced in this research will also feed into this report, which we are likely to submit at the end of this year. So definitely, this project has been supporting relevant monitoring process, or human rights monitoring process. Thank you.
Thank you, Clodoaldo. I wanted you to highlight that, considering that the review is next week, and we may not know who's listening in, and it's an opportunity for us to plug in the joint submission and also the UPR, as well as other human rights review mechanisms being avenues for advocacy and stakeholder engagement. So for our next panelists, besides offering grants, small and flexible rapid response grants, ADRF also aims to provide technical and institutional support to enhance grantees' efforts and ensure sustainability. When we first launched back in April 2019, and during the management of that first round of grantees, a number of gaps were identified, notably that the organizations that are promoting digital rights on the continent lack the skills to proactively and skillfully engage the media and conduct better public communications. This meant that digital rights issues were poorly covered or had limited depth and sensitivity when covered. So in that regard, I would like Apollo from the African Center for Media Excellence to share with us on the ways in which digital rights organizations can more impactfully communicate or engage with the media, and some of the findings from the assessment that you undertook with the second and third cohort of grantees.
Thank you very much, Ashna. I'd like also to thank CIPESA for giving us the opportunity to be part of the Africa Digital Rights Fund project. As ACME, as Ashna has mentioned, our role is to grow the capacity of grantees in impact on the public communication. And to this end, what we have been able to do is we conducted a data assessment, which has given us a very good insight in what the challenges of grantees are, both as organizations, but also at individual level. And basing on these findings, we have actually developed a curriculum that we shall use as we engage with the grantees in the coming weeks. Maybe very quickly, let me just share what those findings actually show us. I think it was interesting, for instance, that among the top 4 communication tools currently being used by the grantees were websites, annual reports, brochures, and flyers. And then after that, the other popular tools were social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, then briefing papers, press releases, and posters. So the issue to think about there is, for a group that is doing advocacy on a subject that is not very well appreciated or known, are these actually the tools that we should be using? Then the other observation I want to flag is the issue of training. We had an issue about previous training, but maybe before I go into the findings, what were we trying to establish? The first thing we were trying to establish was that on a case-by-case basis, what are the specific needs of the grantees? The second issue we wanted to establish was which staff members can be molded into communication champions in these organizations. The reason for raising this issue is because communication should be a team effort and not be left to 1 or 2 individuals whose job title says that they're a communication person. The third issue we were addressing, we wanted to address, was to establish what kind of support will best suit the different stakeholders. We also wanted to establish the current capacity, commission capacity of the grantees. Then we were also looking at establishing challenges facing, first of all, the organizations, but secondly, the individual staff, as a way to help us customize the support that we shall be giving. We were also looking at establishing communication challenges that are hampering digital rights advocacy movement in general. Why has it been difficult to push this agenda? And then lastly, we also engaged the grantees to tell us what they thought would be their preferred areas for training or support on impact communication. So those were the questions that we're addressing. So the issue I was flagging was the issue of the previous communication-related training. And we find that, I think, as the groups engaged in advocacy, it is important that effort is made to actually invest in communication training. I think we found that only 50% of those who participated in the assessment have ever done any communication training, whether before they joined the organization or when they were in the current organization. And what is also clear is that that little communication training usually is because it was tagged onto a project. For instance, like now we have the ADRF, which has a component that's where people will be trained. And I think that causes a bit of a problem, because then you have people doing a job for which they really have no skill, and it's important. And the other thing is we also looked at, I also like to talk about the communication challenges at individual level. I'll pick out 4. One is pitching messages, lack of technical skills. There's an issue of leveraging social and online media tools, and there's something about designing, which are things actually we still point to the fact that we don't have any ongoing, either prior or ongoing mid-career training to equip these people for a sector that keeps evolving, new apps coming up, new tools coming up, new challenges coming up. So this is important. And we also the issue of challenges around digital advocacy. Shrinking space was flagged by very many people. I think we are all aware that this is a big problem, that generally in many countries, governments are closing out spaces for civil society people to speak about rights issues. The other challenge that was raised was the issue that digital rights are not seen as a priority. And this is across the board. Whether you're talking about policymakers, whether you're talking about the actual end users, there is that general feeling that people don't see this as a big deal. Hopefully, given what COVID has done, I think maybe people will have a better appreciation now of digital rights. Then the last challenge that I'm flagging is that there is inadequate capacity to develop and execute effective advocacy campaigns by the groups that are playing in this space. So as a result, there's no traction, the campaigns are disjointed, and that has meant that the campaign hasn't gained the momentum that it needs. We also asked the question about communication champions. When I talk about communication champions, I mean those people in an organization that are identified as the people that will take the lead. Communication should be a team effort. Yes, there may be people who lead, but it needs to be a team effort. So usually it's a good idea to have more than one person that can do some of the things. I'm happy to note that one of the reasons we asked this question was to gauge the attitudes that different organizations have towards communication. I'm happy to note that looking at the list of people that were proposed, based on the work they do, I think it's clear that people do appreciate appreciate the importance of communication, because I think the people that were nominated were people with responsibility and maybe that have to make decisions. Probably just to point out that maybe as a way forward, that when we actually do the actual training, it's our hope that we shall actually have a good mix of top, middle management, and then the officers. Why is this important? Because as a team, we need to have a shared appreciation and understanding of what communication is, what goes into it, what the challenges are. Usually when you have people who make decisions, when people who make decisions and don't appreciate the communication function, then you have challenges, because decision making is slow. Even the support that is lent to the team that does the actual work usually is not strong enough. Just to give an example, I have been asked to prepare a press release for immediate dissemination, and it takes 2 days for it to be approved. The question is that still relevant? And how does that leave me as the person who put in time and effort to actually put it together? It can be very demoralizing, and over time, as people get demoralized, then they actually don't channel these things that we want. Let me just say something quickly about maybe the curriculum. We have designed a curriculum, and this curriculum has been designed around the concept of communication planning. So when we do that training, what's going to happen is that we expect that the output for every organization will be either an organizational communication strategy or a campaign strategy. Maybe for a project or something that they want to run, it could still be whatever, something they're running. The reason for this is that when you do an overall assessment of this exercise that we had, it shows that communication planning is not a priority in many organizations. And so when you look at the challenges people are having, the main problem is that they haven't planned for it. So what does communication planning do for you? Basically, it means that you know why you'll be communicating. Do we as organizations actually know why we communicate? Do we know who will be our audience? Our audience can't be the same for the different things that we do. Our audience keeps changing based on what it is that we want. So if we can define properly why we want to communicate, then it's easy for us to know who to direct that communication to. It helps us to know what kind of message you want to give that person. It helps us to know how to package that information. It helps us to know what platform we can best use to reach that person, both in speed, effectiveness, how cheaply it is. And then having a plan also means that then you know, do I actually have the personnel? Do I have the skills to actually run this operation? Do I have a budget? Do I have a budget? And lastly, can I do an assessment? Can I do an evaluation of how effectively I communicated? So I think that is what the findings and what the curriculum point out. I don't know, Ashna, whether I've covered the issues you wanted me to raise, to touch.
Thank you very much, Apollo. Indeed, the findings of your assessment, the curriculum, and what you've briefly shared here highlight media as a key ingredient to success of digital rights advocacy, not just by the ADRF grantees, but also the wider community or network of organizations that are pushing to advance digital rights on the continent. And from the assessment, as well as the report and the plans around the curriculum development, as well as training, when we refer to media, we're referring to it not only as the fraternity, which engage with through media relations and amplification of messages or research reports and advocacy campaign, but media as the tools. So leveraging the very same tools that we're pushing for progressive policies and practices around, leveraging those very tools as mechanisms and avenues for advocacy, stakeholder engagement, as well as raising awareness amongst key constituencies. Just to point out, for the benefits of those that are not ADRF grantees or are not familiar with the institutional support component of ADRF, beyond the impact communication support that ACME is very ably providing, ADRF has also been in position to partner with Data for Change to support grantees in data literacy and advocacy. Clodoaldo mentioned it briefly, but also other grantees have been beneficiaries of that support, including Digital Shelter, Abdi, and his team had an opportunity to launch a campaign on women's online safety in Somalia that was launched back in March on Women's Day. Caroline's organization, Mzalendo, has also published a data-driven article on women's representation in politics in Kenya as an output of the institutional support component of ADRF. The discussions have been rich, so we're a bit constrained for time, but I will open up the floor to the audience briefly to see if there are any questions for the panelists or comments or experiences from their own digital rights work that can be shared. Please feel free to raise your hand, use the raise your hand function or the chat to signal for the flow. Let me take a moment to see if there's any questions or comments in the chat or hands being raised. We have a comment from Edith who says, thank you for the great insights. In the absence of any other hands or comments, I will let the wonderful panelists, of course, shine again, because this is their moment to shine and show the very great work that they're doing. So I'll pause a few other questions. Just 1 second. There's a question or a comment. Again, Edith is saying it's great to note the important strides being taken. Okay, we have about 15 or so minutes, so I'll go back again to our panelists and ask them. We've said very great things, including challenges or opportunities that emerged around COVID-19. But are there other challenges or opportunities that we can point to that could be either an inhibitor or not of continued research or advocacy campaigns around digital rights on the continent? We can have Abdi go first, as we did for the previous round of questions.
Thank you very much, Ashna. I think I've forgotten two very important achievements actually that we have achieved. One of them you have already highlighted, the collaboration with Data for Change on launching the Without Fear campaign. It's a campaign on women's online safety. Actually, we launched it on 8th of March on the occasion of International Women's Day, and it was widely received and welcomed, because it's a whole platform, it's a whole website that gives tips and resources on online safety for female activists, for female journalists, and generally women who are present in online space. Second achievement was that we've submitted a UPR report, special on freedom of expression in the online space, in collaboration with Access Now. That was also done during the implementation of the ADRF activities, because Access Now reached us out. They realized that we were doing some activities involved around freedom of expression and online civic space. Back to your question. The challenges are different from country to country. Of course, for us in Somalia, we have, apart from the COVID-19, even though we've managed actually COVID-19 very carefully, we had also other security challenges. In the country, we live in a very, very extreme pressure environment, risk environment that, you know, whenever you plan an activity, you have to think about, you know, plan A, plan B, plan C. So that was also a challenge, but successfully, fortunately, we've managed that one. Another challenge is with the digital literacy level in our community. I mean, even before digital world, our community and generally in Somalia, the literacy level is quite low. People who can read and write actually are not as much as other countries. So now coming to the digital platform is also another big challenge. So there's huge digital illiteracy, and then there's huge digital inequality, especially when you compare men and women in terms of access to digital technology and digital devices. So in our activities, we were primarily focusing and giving particular attention to women and young girls who are willing or want to develop their digital skills and digital literacy. Even in our campaigns and advocacy, we were much more focusing on female, because there's a huge gap in our country. And I think that's one of the things that we have to address in our future programming, and maybe more encourage more female to join the digital platforms. One of the ways that we're doing now is that we organize whole female sessions on digital literacy and digital skills, online space, just to empower them to be on board. And the other challenge we faced was, like I said, I raised that in my previous speech, engaging with different actors. Maybe we've left out some of the actors. We thought, okay, because in our program initially, we were much more focusing on advocacy and campaigns. So we were targeting community and we were targeting the state, the government. Community as public awareness raising, and the government to come up with policies. And so we've left other key stakeholders and also the academia, which are very important. And we are interested to actually have a partner at the moment. One of the universities in Bangladesh who have given us space and a platform where we can come to their compound, canvas, do all their activities, engage with their students, so even co-publish some of the articles, which we are planning to do so in the near future. So those are the main challenges we have faced and the lessons we've learned. Let me summarize it in that.
Thank you very much, Abdi. Caroline, beyond the COVID-19 and the Huduma number experiences in Kenya, what opportunities for collaborative work, but also challenges exist around digital rights in Kenya or across the continent?
Thanks. Thank you, Ashna. I would pick from where two of the last speakers left it around inclusion for digital rights, because it's normally very difficult to speak about digital rights without talking about the technology, and part of it is that we have seen that technology is also an enabler for exclusion. So we've talked about the inclusion of special interest groups, ensuring that tools and platforms are accessible. So whether it's information that is shared on a website being in a manner that a person who is visually handicapped can actually be able to navigate through the website and access that information. But I think also the other aspect of it is about bridging the rural and urban divide. So you find that even as we are talking about technology, we are talking about digital inclusion, sometimes we've left the people in the rural populations behind. We've also left those in the informal settlements behind. So how do we make sure that we are also communicating to them? And just sharing Zalendo's experience, one of the things we realized is that as much as we are using our social media platforms, the Twitter, the Facebook, there was an aspect of the population that does not use those platforms, and they are maybe on their simple form. So we put in place then an SMS platform that still helps us get information, voices from the counties, as we say, just using an SMS platform. And I think for us, it's how to enhance that and making sure that those that are not necessarily using smartphones can also engage with our work. The second aspect of it is around protection of data rights. And this, it remains a challenge, never mind that we now have an act in place. Kenya is going through another electoral cycle, and sometimes during this time, you find concerns around how is your data protected. with the increase in the need for personal data for security purposes, anytime you are walking into a building, a mall, your data is always collected. And there has been concerns that sometimes this data is used for other purposes other than for which it was collected. And the third thing, of course, is also about the protection of data from service providers, whether it's a supermarket, whether it is a telecom. You know, and recently, I think it was about 2 months ago, there was a complaint, a whole conversation online about people getting unsolicited SMSs from telecoms, and, you know, from not from telcos, but from service providers, but using a service that is probably provided by the telecom. So the question then was, what safeguards are there for citizens to protect, for citizens' data to hold telecom providers responsible for the protection of their data? I think the other opportunity is also around sensitization on the data protection itself, because like I said at the beginning of my comments, not everybody is aware that this data protection framework exists. And I think a lot of the work needs to be done, and that which also then means that as actors in the space, we also then need to improve our communication, our advocacy efforts. There's also a need to bridge the gap between the duty bearers and the duty recipients, so that we create platforms that bring these actors together, so that even as policies and frameworks are being developed, they're being developed from an informed and a responsive kind of approach that is then beneficial for citizens. And then finally, I think more remains also to be done with media. It's something that we had purposed to do last year, but we didn't get to do so much of it, to just partner with media to create awareness around data protection. So for me, those are the opportunities that exist, and of course, sharing best practices, you know, across the region. When we were doing our research, one of the things we were very keen on, for example, was how other countries had responded to the issue of contact tracing, you know, protection of personal data around contact tracing, and this is an element that we captured in the research, but we also identified that that posed an area of emerging threats and concerns, because beyond that data being used for contact tracing, what other safeguard mechanisms exist that beyond the health intention, it doesn't get used elsewhere? And now you find where all your information, especially now, whether it's your location, whether it's your home address, whether it's your number, all that information having to be somewhere so that somebody can trace where you have been as a result of contact tracing. So I think that awareness, that public sensitization on what people's rights are, what is the necessary data that you need to give out for whatever objective it is, still remains important. Yeah, I think those are the key areas that I would identify.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Moving on to Clodoaldo. The theme throughout the conversation has mainly focused around ensuring inclusiveness and not extending the digital divide, and multi-stakeholder collaboration from academia to media, ensuring that women and persons with disabilities, rural communities, and all other stakeholder groups are involved in digital rights efforts. From your experience in Mozambique and beyond, what opportunities exist for collaborative work between disability rights organizations and digital rights actors? And in the same breath, challenges that may or are faced?
Well, thank you, Ashna. Well, I think Mozambique is now facing some critical challenges with this emerging conflict in the northern region. So it's the first time I think the country has been facing terrorism threats, and now it has come very, very, very realistic now. So I think, in this context, of course, there's been a great movement in terms of humanitarian relief, but also in terms of the use of technology, how technology can be used to actually to get a more effective humanitarian assistance, and those discussions are already going on in Mozambique. So we as FAMOD, what we are trying to do is actually to push for inclusive engagement. We are engaging with the UN agencies, we're engaging with the international NGOs, just make sure that those efforts consider also the needs of persons with disabilities. It's already acknowledged that the more we use technology in this, in the response to these threats we have been facing with, we are more likely to have effective intervention. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that these interventions are also accessible for persons with disabilities. But another thing that I want to underline as well is that this was I think a pilot project on data collection. So, and it's a very I think it's a very small project. Like we just what we did is just to show that there are gaps that need to be filled. But I think that there's more work to be done. So it will be important in the next times to have more in-depth initiatives and to get more data around access for technology for persons with disabilities, and also to use this data to feed into UN mechanism reports. That's what we're going to do now after the UPR with the CRPD report. So these are also opportunities to get more actors involved. So thank you, Ashna.
Thank you very much, Clodoaldo. We have 4 minutes to go. So Apollo, I'm going to ask you for exactly 3 words or 3 themes or 3 recommendations on how we can improve dissemination of research and advocacy campaigns as highlighted by the few ADRF grantees that are in this call, or others that you have assessed or are aware of doing digital rights advocacy and campaigns. So how can we improve the research outputs and engagements in the advocacy campaigns? 3 bullets or 3 words.
Thank you very much, Ashna. I think the question that one must constantly have at the back of their mind is, what do I want to see at the end of what I'm doing, of this research of ETC? And then once you answer that question properly, then you can start working backwards. Working backwards, meaning that then you know what part of the research do you want to pitch, who do you want to pitch it to, which channels you use, and packaging. But maybe just to say generally issues about communicating research, I think it is always important to keep it simple. Now, keeping it simple actually starts with, how do you share it? As organizations, often we will email a 60-page report to people, to journalists, etc. They don't have the time to read that. So it's you that has to pick out those bits and pieces that you want to be flagged and bring them to their attention. The other thing is, so you have done this research, but what does it actually mean to the ordinary person? What does it mean? What is the need for me? How does it, how does it become a bread and butter issue for me? That's human interest. That's where people take interest in some of these issues. Because I think I didn't mention this, but I think the digital rights space, I think there are some perceptions that's sort of a lofty thing, that is for elites, that this and that connection. How does the common person actually understand how this really engages, affects them. So the other thing is, what do you want me to do? Yes, you have done this research and you've shared it, but what do you want me to do? What action do you want me to take? Okay. But the other thing also is that as the person who has done research, as the person who is doing the campaign, do you actually understand what it's about? Because if you don't understand it well, then it becomes difficult for you to simplify for the other people that you want to join the campaign. Okay. And then we also need to follow up. I think dissemination of research should not be seen as an event. We did the research, we did a report, we launched the report. I think it cannot work that way. It is important that this is an ongoing thing. You share bits, share pieces, bits and pieces, etc., etc. I see we are out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Apollo. The 3 words that I picked out from what you said were keep it simple. Keep the research output simple, keep the advocacy campaign simple, not only to make it easy for the audiences that we're targeting to understand, but obviously to support the follow-ups and continuous engagement. We are out of time. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists and our audience. We've had experiences of the Africa Digital Rights Fund from fragile states and promoting civic spaces within. We've heard about digital ID and citizen participation in Kenya. We've heard about digital accessibility for persons with disability from Mozambique. And we've heard about media's role and impact communications within digital rights work. That's not all that ADRF does. Of course, we've covered issues including human trafficking, gender-based violence online, COVID-19, financial services, organizational resilience, the digital economy, you name it. Like I said, as at December 2020, 33 initiatives supported with over $350,000 covering over half of the continent's countries, from the Sahel to the Horn of Africa, to the Great Lakes region, to Southern Africa. You are all welcome to learn more about CPESA and ADRF grantees on our social media and our website. But thank you all so much for the participation and the attendance. Thank you to our wonderful panelists. It's been a pleasure having you. And ultimately, thank you to the organizations and entities that will make the CPESA's work under ADRF possible. Those include the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, Omidyar Network, Ford Foundation, and the German International Development Cooperation Agency as well, GIZ. And last but not least, CIPE, the Center for International Private Enterprise. Thank you so much to the DRIFT organizers, Paradigm Initiative. It's always a pleasure to partner with you. And this is not the end of discourse around digital rights or engagement and advocacy within. Let's keep the conversation going online, in our mailboxes, and beyond. Thank you all so much and have a good afternoon. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Ashna. Thank you to colleagues. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ashna.
Thank you, Ashna.
All right. So good afternoon, good morning, good evening. My name is Ashanut Okile, and I'll be a co-moderator of the session. A session titled Simplified Jargon, Digital IDs and Digital Rights Explained. And with me is my colleague Ashna from CIPESA. Welcome, Ashna, as we start this session. So Ashna is from CIPESA, which is the coordinating organization, Africa Internet Rights Alliance. So I'll just invite Ashna to tell us a little bit about IRA.
Thank you, Ashanat. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good night, depending on where you're joining us from. My name is Ashna Kalemera, and I work with the Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa, which is CIPESA. CIPESA, as Ashanat has pointed out, is the coordinating organization of the Africa Internet Rights Alliance. For those not in the know, who, what, and why the Africa Internet Rights Alliance? The what, which is what the Africa Internet Alliance does, is to promote privacy, data protection, affordability, and access to the internet, access to information, as well as the freedoms of assembly, expression, and the media. Why does it do it? It's because they are growing affronts to digital rights on the continent, and there's a need for civil society actors to pull efforts so as to enhance their effectiveness in research, advocacy around legislative reform, capacity building, amongst other areas of intervention. Who are the members of the Africa Internet Rights Alliance? We have Amnesty International, the technology arm of it, Article 19, Eastern Africa, Budget, which is based in Nigeria, the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology Laws, CIPIT, Co-Creation Hub, also a Nigerian-based entity, ourselves here at CIPESA, the Kenya ICT Action Network, the Legal Resource Center, LRC, based in South Africa, and last but not least, Paradigm Initiative. I've said the who, what, and the why, but I have a video that just elaborates all that I've just said. So I invite you now to watch a brief video on the work about the Alliance and its work. Apologies, just trying to
just take a minute. Just take a minute. Just taking a minute. Technology, just give us a minute. The video will be up shortly.
As we wait for the video to load, some participants might be thinking Ashna might be a video herself because she's just been on the previous session, same background, same everything. Apologies to those that have attended both sessions and are probably not keen on hearing my voice anymore, but the video will play very soon and then you'll be saved from my nagging voice.
Yes, and as we wait for the video, Ashna, maybe I could also introduce some of the panelists, the other panelists for this conversation. We will have on the panel Grace Mutungi from CIPIT. Grace, are you there? Can we see you? You can say a quick hello. So we'll have Grace from CIPIT. I know she's logged in. from
Hi, everybody.
Strathmore University. Okay, Grace, are you? Okay, great, excellent, Grace. Good to have you there. We'll also have Sigi Mwazia from Article 19.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, excellent. There you are. Then we will also have Edwin from LRC in South Africa to share his experiences. Hello, Edwin, you there?
Hi, thank you. Finally able to join.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, and we have Boye from Nigeria, from Paradigm Initiative. Where's Boye? You there? Okay, then we will also have Dorothy Mukasa. Dorothy Mukasa from Unwanted Witness in Uganda. She'll also be part of the panel. Dorothy, you there?
Yes, I'm here, Shanta. Hi,
okay, fantastic. Okay, hi. Okay, let's see if we can get that video playing, Brian, so that we can give folks information about IRA. Okay. Almost. There we go. Okay. Volume, Brian. Brian, the volume. There's no volume.
Qualities and challenges we face. Each month, more than 500 million Africans access the internet.
That's more than all the internet users in North America and Middle East combined.
And the number continues to grow.
As the internet and digital technology become more and more integrated into all aspects of life,
the inequalities and challenges we face online are reflected offline.
We face new challenges to our human rights in the digital context,
including unequal access, censorship, and violence online.
We must work together to ensure that everyone's rights are protected and respected.
The African Internet Rights Alliance, AIRA, envisions an Africa where digital rights are upheld in all aspects of life, governance, and the economy, ensuring equity and prosperity across the continent.
Our work is rooted in 4 values: accountability, transparency, integrity, and good governance.
Using these values as a guide, IRA undertakes collective interventions and executes strategic campaigns that engage the government, private sector, media, and the civil society.
Our goal is to institute and safeguard privacy and data protection, affordability, and access to the internet.
Access to information and freedoms of assembly, expression, and the press.
IRA is comprised of 9 civil society organizations based in countries across the continent:
West,
East,
and Southern Africa.
These include Amnesty International,
Article 19, Eastern Africa,
Budget,
Center for IP and IT Law at Strathmore University,
Co-Creation Hub, CIPESA, Kictonet,
Legal Resources Center,
and Paradigm Initiative.
We are building a movement to establish, advance, and protect digital rights for all on the African continent.
So join us.
Join us.
Okay, there you go. So that was a short clip about IRA, and as the members have said, we have members from all across Africa and are working together ultimately to promote digital rights. Now, our session, as I mentioned earlier, is really focusing on digital IDs and digital rights. We'd like to really try and simplify that to understand what is the relationship between digital rights, digital IDs? Why is it important? that we pay attention to these particular issues. Now, we have released a one-pager that really highlights some of the key terminologies on digital rights and digital IDs, and we'll be sharing that in the chat for you to be able to access for your own reference during the session, but also after the session. Now, I'd like us to go straight into our conversation. And we'll have a series of questions for each of our panelists. Then after that, we'll be opening the floor for any questions or comments in this regard. Now, I'll start with Grace. Grace, who researches ICT policy in Kenya and Africa, working around digital rights, data protection, and as a research fellow at Center for IP and IT Law, Strathmore University in Kenya. Now, Grace, would really like you to help us understand what are digital IDs, what's the, behind the increased use of digital IDs on the continent? We're seeing a lot of uptake. What is it about this? Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me here today. And hello to everyone from wherever you're tuning in from. I'd say the easiest way to think about digital ID is just by referring to the words digital and ID. So that it's just use of digital technologies in identification of people. But for this session, we are mostly talking about digital IDs that are issued by governments. And so it has a lot to do with national digital IDs, and which basically means the government giving you some kind of document that identifies you, that says who you are. And then the government also using digital technologies either to identify you or either in the process of your identification. And something else I'd like to point out is that generally there have been three ways in which you can identify people. You can either identify them or through which you can, in the process of identification, the processes you can use. You can either use something they know. So for example, when we're going to our ATMs, we are asked for our PIN, which is something that we know. Or when you're going up country for maybe a ceremony, you're asked for your name or your clan, which is something that you know. I hope you know your clan or your name. It could also be something that you have. So for example, in the case of the ATM, you'll have a card. In the case of traveling abroad, you'll have a passport. In the case of countries like Kenya, we already have national ID cards that say who we are. And then it could also be something you are, and that is where the world is mostly moving towards, which basically means we use your body to identify you. So this has led to the use of biometrics. Many a times it's fingerprints. So your fingerprints are taken and stored somewhere, and whenever you need to be identified, they are used to identify you. This whole development in all these digital technologies that people are using has also come at a time when in the world at global level, there's been the move towards identifying everyone so that everybody can get their human rights or the services that are due to them. So under the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the current way in which the development sector is working, one of the goals is to give legal identity to everybody by the year 2030, which is surprise, surprise, only 9 years away. And digital identities have been identified as one of the ways in which this could be done faster. As to whether this is the same in practice is another different story, but that I hope just gives everybody an overview of all these terms that are used in digital ID.
Thanks a lot, Grace. And indeed, as you say, it is important. It's something that is captured, embedded in the SDGs. And I think one of the things we've realized or we've been looking at is the relationship between digital IDs and digital rights. So I'd just like to ask Sigi to help us understand what is that relationship between digital IDs and digital rights?
Thank you, Ashanut, and thank you very much to GB for her comments. So digital IDs and digital rights. Digital identity systems, intersect with human rights, both online and offline, at very many levels. Now, according to the simplified terminology document that GB alluded to, the definition there mentions that this data is often used to identify us. It's used to validate that we are who we say we are. So there's a link between digital ID systems and individuals' ability to legally prove who you say you are, to prove your identity. But this is also tied into your exercise of our exercise of our human rights, both online and offline. The first point that I wanted to make is that digital ID systems, specifically digitized foundational ID systems. So here we're looking at national ID systems, population registers, civil registers, amongst others, collect, use, and process a large amount of personal data to varying degrees and depending on the purpose of the system, of the digital ID system. And so states are able to collect, they're able to process, they're able to harmonize extensive personal information about ourselves into these digitized registers. But this is and should be accompanied with an attendant obligation on the entity collecting, be it states or private entities, to respect, to promote, and to fulfill human rights. And so just to break down the conversation, what are some of the rights that are often affected by digital ID systems? So as states are collecting and harmonizing this data, there's also an attendant obligation on them to facilitate information flows, to enable individuals access to information about themselves. And this information must be accurate, it must be reliable, it must be accessible. This ability to access information about yourself builds into this notion of digital citizenship, where there's the right, there's an obligation on states to facilitate the right to your functional identity, and this must be accurate information. It must be an exclusive identity. The second point that I wanted to point out is that the overlap between digital identity systems and the right to freedom of expression. Digital ID systems, for example, if we look at the national ID system, is tied in inherently to our ability to vote, to work, amongst others, to participate in legislative processes, amongst others. And so there's a need for these for these legislative processes to be open, to be participatory, to be accessible, consequently enabling us to exercise our right to freedom of political expression. There's also an attendant obligation, and this is where the overlap between digital ID systems and data protection and privacy comes in, for the protection of this identity, this functional identity, this exclusive identity. And so when we look at some of the data that is being collected by governments across the region, and I'll give Kenya as an example, biometric data was being collected into centralized databases. But there's an obligation on the state to protect this sensitive personal data. There's an obligation on the state to ensure that they, as they are collecting and storing this data, that their databases have safeguards to facilitate and to enable the fulfillment and the protection of individuals' rights, not just to privacy, but also to data protection. There should also be, these systems should also encourage and facilitate individuals' rights to determine who is able to access their personal data, who is able to use this personal data that, as I mentioned earlier, is intrinsically linked to your identity. To not just to your proof of identity, but also to your exercise of the human rights that I had mentioned earlier. And so I should note that the list goes on and on, but I think I'll stop it off at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for making that link clear, for us, Sigi. And indeed, you know, like you say, on the one hand, there's the aspiration, the intention, but then sometimes in practice, I think we found that, you know, states have not always been able to meet up to those obligations. So I'd just like to invite Dorothy from Unwanted Witness in Uganda. They've been doing some work around digital rights and digital IDs to just share your experience. What has been the experience? What are some of the key issues that have emerged from the work that you've been doing? You're welcome, Dorothy.
Thank you so much. Sigi has rightly stated it, all these rights that are really related to digital and are raising concerns when it comes to the use of digital ID. For the Ugandan case, I'll begin with the legal framework. It's a big concern because if we want to defend rights, then the legal framework should be enabling. So when it comes to the digital ID, the legal framework that puts in place the digital ID system, for instance, in Uganda, we realize that this legal framework really partly gives and partly takes away the rights. And so it exhibits some level of exclusion for the marginalized groups in this country. For instance, when it comes to enrollment of citizens into the system, you know, Sigi has mentioned biometrics. It's one of the processes that is a requirement for anybody to enroll into the system. But also we've discovered that not everybody is able to enroll using biometrics because of the nature of the work that our people engage in, but also by the fact that some of our people are older persons. So for the aging, it's really hard for the biometrics to be captured into the system. And this has become a problem, especially when these older persons are supposed to enroll for the social protection grant. This is a social protection grant that's provided by the state. So those that are not enrolled into the system have always been kicked out from accessing, even when they are of age. But we've also had technical glitches when it comes to the operation of the system. For instance, these older persons have had their ages being miscaptured or undercaptured by the officials that are capturing the systems. You find a person of 95 years, you know, graded as underage within the system. These are glaring errors that the system is really really clogged with, and these at the end of the day really affect the way people enjoy their respective rights and then also access the different services. We've spoken about accountability as we're beginning this conversation, and it's a very key element when it comes to how governments, you know, meet their obligation with the citizens. So accountability is very important. And when you look at the law, the Registration of Persons Act 2015, that puts into place, that enforces the registration of persons, accountability is highly lacking. You know, it places a lot of responsibility on the citizens and less responsibility on the part of the state. And yet the government has a social contract with the citizens. And therefore you find that if your identity card has an error, as a citizen, the cost that you need to meet. But also if you lose an identity card, nobody wants to lose their ID for heaven's sake. But in case you lose it, there's a hassle for somebody to be able to replace this ID. First of all, there's a cost implication, but also the long queues that different centers, you know, of enrollment centers, is a problem for so many people, you know, meeting high costs when it comes to moving back and forth to these centers. But also because of these delays, some officials within the agency have taken it upon themselves to really, you know, ask for a bribe. So there's a lot of corruption when it around the ID system. You know, it has become a place where whoever wants to swindle or extort money from citizens is best, you know? So there's no accountability when it comes to what happens if an official makes an error on my ID, for instance. I have to bear the burden, you know? And this makes, you know, it exacerbates that a lot of recklessness that goes on when people are registering, when officials are registering these individuals. But all these processes that I'm explaining end up on how people interact with state institutions. There are some places in Uganda today where just a mere building that you cannot access by the fact that you don't have a national ID, you know? It has become a way of how somebody relates with state or even private institutions. No, for example, in a banking sector, you can't access financial services today without a national ID, okay? But then it all goes back. Is it easy to access this ID? What are the systems that are available for people to access? And then the concerns around privacy, data protection. There's a lot of data that has been collected by the system. But over the years, we've been hearing MOUs, you know, being signed between the agency and other government agencies, security agents for that matter, but also other agencies like the Electoral Commission, you know, the commission that oversees election in this country. There are so many, we don't know what they share. You know, as data subjects, we are not privy to the content of the MOUs, you know. But remember, they're sharing our data. It's our information that they've collected. And nobody cares to give us this information. So there's so many concerns when it comes to ID, you know, today. But also the fact that, you know, not everybody can enroll. By 2019, over 17 million Ugandans had not enrolled into the system. You know, these are not enrolled. Besides those that lose their IDs every day, you can't access a communication. You can't communicate today without a national ID. So it has become a functional ID for all the services that Ugandans enjoy. But at the end of the day, it goes back to how accessible is the service and how accountable is government when it comes to delivery of this service. Thank you.
Exactly. Thanks a lot, Dorothy, for raising some of those real challenges. I know a couple of people who've misplaced their national IDs, and it's really a challenge to receive it. That's the experience from Uganda. Maybe Nigeria is different. Boye, what has been your experience, at least from the work of Paradigm, when it comes to digital IDs in Nigeria?
Thank you, Ashnod. And good afternoon, everyone, depending on which part of the world that you are. It's really interesting to be part of the session and to listen into, you know, the perspectives that have been shared so far. And, you know, listening in, and I was telling myself that indeed Africa is a country, because you see that many of the issues that were mentioned in Kenya are also very, you know, has been seen or, you know, observed in Nigeria as well. So a few things I want to speak about within the Nigerian context, and also within the limitation of the time that I have. I remember say that I think for some time Nigeria has been trying to do this digital identification thing in many ways. So I mean, initially wanted to be a national ID, and Paradigm did a policy brief, you know, detailing in a chronological manner the history of digital ID, you know, introduction and implementation in Nigeria, whereby we spoke about previous efforts and the ongoing efforts. But what we have noticed is that basically what Nigeria has been grappling with so far is to be able to register citizens in digital formats, kind of, you know, trying to migrate from what used to be normal legal identification to now making digital identification the only acceptable legal identification. Now, there's a lot of problems that shows up, but I'll get to all of those later. But just to kind of give an idea that the whole idea is to see, from what has happened in Nigeria so far, what government has communicated is government is trying to leverage technology to uniquely identify citizens because according to government and from the government perspective, there are issues around security, which it thinks if it's able to identify all its citizens digitally, then it's easier to know who exactly are responsible, who are responsible for crimes, for criminality, for terrorism, and all of that. Then one of that reasons that I've put forward is also to be able to provide social services, know who exactly are the poor people and who would need intervention and humanitarian welfare services has to offer. So it's tried to do that. In fact, it tried to do that initially through SIM card registration, like many other countries as well. But then but one thing that is very important is that government have been trying to do digital kind of identification even before it introduced SIM card identification. It has been trying to do it for a while, but it has been failing at it. And what I think is very key is that there are factors that has made it fail at it, which have not necessarily gone away, but somehow there is a renewed drive. And for people who have been, following this conversation development across the continent, you understand that this drive is has a lot of, support from the World Bank, which has been kind of trying and pushing a lot of African countries to digitally enroll all their citizens, within a period of time. And they've also done that by supporting most countries with some facilities, loan facilities, to enable them to do that. But basically what Nigerian government has done is to, initially was trying to give everybody a national identity card, but at some point it's acknowledged the fact that it is unable to issue the national ID card to all of its citizens because it didn't put enough, budgetary allocation to make it possible. So at some point, the government then, announced that it was now moving away from national ID cards to national identification numbers, which we call NIN. In other words, all you need is to have a specific number, which is maybe similar to what they call the social security number in places like USA. And when you have the number, you are then uniquely, identified and all of that. So that is what the renewed drive, that is what is focused on, uniquely identifying people through the identity number. So now, in all of that, and in all of its effort to do all of that, to achieve all of that, it has set target for itself and all of that. One of the peculiar things to Nigeria is that there is no data protection law. Now, if you look or listen to the Kenyan example, you say, okay, there is a data protection law, but there was no data protection authority. So there was a court case and, to ensure that a data protection authority is put in place and all of that. But in Nigeria's case, there is no law at all. So as at the time Nigeria started to implement this project, it didn't even have a data protection law, and it was not going to enact a data protection law because it didn't think it was necessary. It just wanted to tick the boxes to say that we have, registered social number or a social amount of people over a period of time and all of that. So one of the issues that we've identified with the Nigerian story or with the Nigerian case is that digital ID became a phenomenon. It's happening almost everywhere in the world, and we think that we should also be part of it. So we want to digitally identify our citizens, we want to digitally register our citizens without, paying attention to all other issues that surrounds digital identification, issues around privacy concerns, security concerns, discrimination concerns, etc. Now, the point is that as far as Nigeria is concerned, what we have seen, what we have observed, what we have monitored is that the sole focus of the government is on giving people that national identification. I think for Nigeria, the government needs an opportunity to create a robust system that creates safeguards, that creates protection, that kind of ensures the error level is as minimal as possible. Because it's unfortunate, because for me, I think it's a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity because it's easier to get things right from the beginning than to try to fix it after it has gone wrong. So there are foundational issues with Nigeria's digital identification project. Foundational issues around failure to enact the data protection law. As I spoke to you, Nigeria still doesn't have a data protection law. So which means that as much as the government of Nigeria is collecting data, trying to enroll citizens biometrically, it has fail to provide protection within the context. And you know, it is not, the government is not just enrolling people. The government has also gone ahead to begin to sign MOUs, like the Kenya example as well, MOUs with private sector actors, MOUs to provide verification services, what they call eKYC, MOU to provide enrollment services. And all of these are happening without any strong system of protection in place to guide actors, and also to give opportunity for redress in case of potential abuse and you know, violations. So this, unfortunately, has defined Nigeria's efforts at digital identification. It has been a one-way approach that is overly focused on just ensuring that everybody gets enrolled without, you know, additionally ensuring that there is protection safeguards around the enrollment system, around, you know, the drive to have as many citizens as possible enrolled. So now Nigeria is at a stage now where that it's not mandating that every citizen must now link.
Okay, sorry, I think we lost Boye. We'll be having him come back on later. But I think as he's clearly articulated, the issues are pretty similar. The challenge around the legal regulatory framework, you know, we start these processes without that in place. But it's also very interesting how the Nigerian government has had to adapt, make various adaptations in order to
Other points.
Okay, you're back.
Hello.
Yeah,
I didn't know you lost me. Sorry about that. Yeah. So the point I was making that I think is also important for me to talk about within this limited time is that at the moment, the Nigerian government has asked its citizens to link their national identity number or national identification number to their SIM cards. In other words, it's attempting or trying to ensure that they can identify each person by the SIM cards they carry, so that your national identification number is linked to your SIM card. And I think that is another missed opportunity. It is a missed opportunity because in 2011 and 2013, when Nigeria started the whole idea of biometric SIM card registration, it had an opportunity to get it right from that point, in which case you did not have to do double enrollment, because as at that time, it was also pursuing a national identity project. But somehow, the government of Nigeria allowed many of those projects to continue simultaneously. So they were enrolling people through their SIM card in what they call biometric SIM card registration. They were doing national identification number registration. They were doing bank verification numbers. You know, all of them biometric data capturing, biometric registration. And as at that time, civil society, and particularly Paradigm Initiative, was very vocal and making the point that this is inappropriate. You don't have to go this route. Stop asking citizens to do multiple registration. But somehow it was difficult for the government to see the reason why what it was doing was a white case. It wasn't the best approach to it. So all of those registration happened, and that's just three. I mentioned three, but there are many more. We had the immigration. I mean, about 7 parallel biometric registration happening at the same time. At a time when everything could have just been a single system, and all the energy that was then, spent on having multiple kind of registration, it could have been spent on focusing on ensuring safeguards, ensuring the law, the regulatory frameworks are in place, ensuring that the problem or the challenge, the potential challenge for discrimination are addressed, ensuring that there is a level of engagement with the civics to ensure that other concerns are addressed and are looked into. But then all these things just happened. And in 2021, the Nigerian government now think this is the time to, merge all this data point that's collected of the same person in different ways, match it together. And it is also still going about it without still putting a data protection law in place. So this is what the outlook of Nigeria's national identification, or if you like, digital identification project. This is the outlook. So far, so good. From available data, there has been over 50 million people registered. That's about 25% of the citizens, which means that there's still a long way to go. But yet, there are threats coming from the government that people who don't have that national identification number will be denied essential services. As from maybe a month from now, they will be cut off from SIM or mobile, telecom services. In other words, you cannot own a phone, you cannot make phone calls and all of that, when only 1 of 4 citizens are registered. So this is the unfortunate situation that Nigeria is. And the last thing I'm going to say about Nigeria is that it's even worse because the system is not amenable to alternative voices. It's almost like there's an echo chamber in terms of the driver of the system. So it's basically government talking to contractors and just mandating everybody to register while depriving the system, I would say depriving the government, but depriving the system, the benefits or the expertise that exist outside private business interests, and of course, government security concern interest, depriving itself of the expertise, which is basically expertise about issues around security, issues around potential problems that could come of these whole processes. So I think I'll stop there. And if maybe any question comes up later, I'll be happy to provide responses. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Boye, again for raising, all the complexities with that registration process in Nigeria and the different options that are being tried. And I think when you talk about inefficiencies, that's something that many of us can relate to, not just to the IDs, but with other government processes. So maybe let's see, maybe things are much better in Southern Africa. Edwin, what has been the experience there with national digital IDs?
Hello, Ashanut, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Edwin, yeah.
Okay, let me put the camera on. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edwin, and I'm from the Legal Resources Center in Johannesburg. In the last few months, maybe it has become very important for countries to put more of a push in the way of enhancing their digital platforms and at the same time safeguarding the intrusion of such platforms on the right of the people and other social liberties. However, as much as I'm talking of Southern Africa, I'll give more of a generic explanation of the different things happening in different countries in Africa, in Southern Africa specifically. One of the apparent problems that come across is that it does appear that digital IDs and digital exclusion almost always go side by side. And the number one problem with the issue of digital IDs being rolled out in various places is the issue of exclusion of different people within the societal context. For example, one issue that we raised in one of the platforms that we had was that when it comes to digital identities, there are people who cannot have IDs at a certain age. For example, people under the age of 16. And then you've got girl children who are under the age of 16 who cannot have even the normal national ID. And as far as they're concerned, and they are not able even to register their children on the system. And the reality is that as much as everybody desires that their children will have kids when they're at a certain age, there are a lot of underage mothers who cannot have IDs. And in the process, they have no identity in any of the systems. And they are the invisible citizens only by virtue of not being able to access the systems due to laws and regulations that are in place. That then trickles down to the children, so it goes into that kind of cascading effect where generations are disadvantaged because of that. And then also with the issue of South Africa, due to the fact that only a few people do have access to digital platforms, the moment that the system is rolled out, especially now that the government is pushing for it in the face of COVID, the poverty and inequality are so rampant and pervasive within South African society, to the extent that we're going to see a lot of people being excluded from society by virtue of their economic circumstances. If you have to enhance government systems, you have also to cater for the needs of the people in the rural areas and in townships, and there are so many of them. I think only about 50% of South Africans own smartphones, and the rest have never seen or even touched a laptop or any digital device. And even if they do, they are not so savvy with these digital platforms. And that is one thing that needs to be addressed, which means the rollout of the digital ID system in South Africa, once it's in place, is going to take quite a while, maybe years, for us to realize. In a country like Botswana, the problem that is there is that the issue of digital IDs has never come to be a factor in government policy and planning. There is no infrastructure to allow that to even happen. So most of the things that I've noticed when I'm there and do my research as well is that everything is manual. You have to fill in papers, lots of papers to go to the bank. You have to fill in papers to do anything that you want to do. And most of the time, the banks that try to use systems, for example, end up giving up because the systems just don't seem to work for some reason. I have a banking app with one of the banks, and it's a pain to use. It's not well structured. It doesn't have a lot of services that one would want to use. So that is the issue now of desiring to have versus the ability to even do something that is competent enough to be used to its maximum effect. Then in other countries where there is a lot of repression, there is a problem of privacy issues with digital IDs. We would want to have digital IDs right now where we cannot access each other. Like right now, everybody that I know here is through Zoom. Though it has become like I know everybody, but at the end of the day, there's nothing that beats physical contact and seeing each other. But privacy issues are a problem in the sense that now, in many of the countries where there's repression, for example, in Zim, even in South Africa and in Botswana, digital platforms and these biometric systems where they exist are used to target human rights defenders, and you end up not being able to hide even if you could because of that, due to most of the time there being no safeguards in the legislation that exists. Actually, in Botswana, there's no legislation in Zim on how this information is to be kept and how it is to be it should be disbanded. It's be done away with once it has been used. So the issue then becomes who protects the people from such an infringement and flagrant abuse of the systems that are meant to do good for the people. The other issue that digital IDs have helped with, now going to the benefits of digital IDs in the systems of the few countries that I've talked about, is the issue of fraud detection. In 2018 alone, South African banks lost about 129 million rand to fraudsters online. And it has been said by the Department of Communication that the rollout of biometric systems and other ID systems could potentially drop the figures of online fraud significantly. And recently, Botswana also has been labeled and blacklisted by the EU as a high money laundering spot because of online abuse of these systems by hackers and other people that have no good intentions. So if we end up being able to put the systems in place, but not only put the systems in place, but also put appropriate safeguards through legislation and through policies that are appropriate, the issue of fraud, whether it be fraud in the banking sector or fraud in the immigration system where people have IDs that they should not be having or citizenship that they should not be having, it should be something that we should applaud. But if it is there and not being looked at meticulously, it could end up leading to a lot of problems in the long run, where people who should be having the access to this don't have, and those that should not are having. At the end of the day, we do not want to see this increasing the inequality gap between the haves and the have-nots, but better enhancing people's access to social services, enhancing people's ability to protect and vindicate their socioeconomic rights and other political and cultural rights. And then at the end of the day, then we can can look back and say, surely this was it's a good thing to have. In the issue of COVID, one of the issues that had been raised by human rights defenders and other organizations was that people's data was being left all over the place, and people were now getting the various business people were selling people's information to the highest bidder. You end up getting now calls from people that you don't know, telling you about all kinds of services that they provide, and also scammers are having access to such platforms. So I think one thing that we need to do, especially within the Southern African community, is to benchmark on those that have succeeded in rolling this out effectively and with efficacy, to also make sure that we learn from the best practices. I think many of the issues that I would have wanted to talk about have been covered by the other speakers as well. So I don't want to repeat that, but I believe that we do need to have, effective digital ID systems and infrastructure in every single country. But I think for many countries, it's not a priority for whatever reason, maybe because of economic reasons and because of the realities of what is on the ground in terms of how much can we reach people in certain areas, and if we do, how many are going to end up being without identity. I think, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Edwin, for sharing that. And you used the term invisible citizens. That really struck a chord. I do know that, for example, in northern Uganda, children born of war during the Lord's Resistance Army rebellion a few years ago, a number of them were failing to access schools and get enrolled because they had no national IDs. No one knew who their parents were. So again, there you go, invisible citizens as a result of some of these processes. I noticed there is a comment in the chat in French. I see we have a translator on call with us. Can someone please offer to translate that for us in English? There's a comment in the chat from Cameroon, someone from Cameroon. Someone there? Okay, we'll get back to that when we can get someone to translate that for us. So there are quite a number of issues we have all raised, and indeed, as you've noticed, quite a number of them are similar across the continent. That's part of the reason IRA exists, to try and see how do we work collectively around some of these issues of concern. So I'd just like to ask Sigi, really listening to the perspectives from Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, Western Africa, your own work with Article 19, again within the East African region. If you were to really point to the core challenges that you think we need to address regarding digital IDs and digital rights, what would be those two core challenges or issues that you think we should be focusing on?
Thank you, Ashanut. So I focus on challenges, not the positives. Or should I do both?
Let's start with yes, and then we can go to positives too. Yes.
Perfect. Then I think what we've been picking up from the conversation, what has been flagged out by Dorothy, by Boye, by Edwin, and by Grace, is that there are three issues. And the World Bank recognizes that there are three issues that governments must tackle as and when they are rolling out and deploying digital ID systems. So one is the issue of inclusion, two is the issue of design, and three is the issue of governance. And these, as well as reliability and effectiveness, which Edwin has really commented on during the preceding sections. So maybe I can start with the issue of inclusion and note that one of the key issues that is flagged out in the briefing, in the IRA briefing, is that there is a lack of citizenship documentation. During a session that was hosted earlier today by CIPIT, there was a comment that this issue of inclusion and exclusion goes beyond the conversation of are individuals able to access documentation, which is a pertinent issue, which also requires us to look at whether there are deeper systemic issues that prevent individuals from using identity, generally speaking, to be able to access and to be able to access government and private services. So I guess that's the one issue that I'd like to flag out. Second is this issue of reliability, which has come out quite frequently during the conversation of, fine, we're rolling out these systems, but are they efficient? Are they reliable? Can individuals who are attempting to exercise and to legally prove their identity to access services, are they able to use these systems without glitches, without hitches, right? So one of the issues that we frequently face on the continent revolves around the issues of delays around inaccurately captured data. And we are all aware of the challenges of just being able to rectify personal data that is in the possession of state agencies. Two of the other issues that were raised out here under this particular reliability thread that is present in the simplified jargon document is one, lack of access to the internet and lack of access to related technologies to enable individuals to facilitate and to use digital IDs, and to use the credentials that are flow from these digital identity systems. Two is the issue of lack of access to electricity, which has increasingly been affecting very many African countries across the region. Now, digital ID systems are very electricity heavy, but I won't delve into this particular issue. Perhaps GB can flag it out during her section. The third, and some of the other two issues that I had flagged out were around design and governance. Maybe I can pick up on what all the other speakers have been mentioning around this issue of governance. You cannot deploy systems unless you have given your citizens an opportunity to participate in those citizens, to be able to comment on those processes, and to be able to inform and shape how those systems and services look like, right? So in Kenya, there was an announcement by our officials that they will be rolling out and replacing the national identity system with a digital, with the NIMS and the Huduma number card. But the question then becomes, but you haven't provided this in law. So where is the grounding, and what is the impact of such statements on principles of good governance, on principles of rule of law, amongst other issues. So I think I'll stop off at those three issues. I apologize for the background.
Okay, exactly. And Sigi, I mean, yes, there are definitely challenges, like you've said, but there are also positives of having these digital IDs. And I think as we sort of think about addressing the challenges, we can't forget why they're important. So I'll just ask you to again remind us why it's important that we pay attention to this and why it is important that we have these digital IDs.
Perfect. Thank you, Ashanut. I'm really, these days I'm very obsessed with this notion of dualities. And so as with everything, this issue of dualities, of positives and negatives, is also reflected in the digital identity conversation. So naturally there are arguments for the digitization of ID systems, for the digitization of identity services. So the World Bank, which has been at the forefront of channeling funding towards two national governments, makes numerous arguments in some of its briefing papers. So one, it says that digital IDs enable us as individuals to be able to access key services, be they government or private sector services. The second argument that they make, and this goes back to the comment that you had made about children not being able to access, to enroll into schools, is that digital IDs enable the management of cross-border movements of displaced people, or enables the what do we call it, It enables anybody who has been left out to be brought into the fold. That's also another argument that is made. How true that is a different question. The third argument that is made is that digital ID systems create opportunities for the innovation of products, for the innovation of services. So not just how these products and services are conceptualized, but also how they are deployed to the general populace. Some of the other arguments that have been made for digital IDs is that governments will be able to harmonize and to integrate and to harmonize identity that is scattered all over the place, to be able to provide individuals with a more holistic and more grounded access, not just to government services, but also to services that intersect with government platforms. And so here, some of the arguments that have been made is that this identity will help with procurement processes, it will help with government operations, government processes, it will help with communications, amongst others. So those are some of the arguments that are often raised for digital identity systems. But as I mentioned earlier, there are dualities in these systems, and so it's important to critically analyze and to critically examine whether the arguments that are being made for digital IDs and the arguments that are being made against digital IDs are balanced and well grounded. Yeah, thank you, Ashanit.
Thanks a lot, Sigi, and I've been able to get this comment in English now, a suggestion that there should be a neutral and independent agency for digital rights in each of our countries. And maybe when we come to the questions, because I think in Kenya you have a data protection agency, it will be interesting to hear again from Sigi and Grace how that is working out, but I'll come back to that later in the questions. Grace. So there are a number of issues that have been raised. Digital IDs, there are benefits. They can, enhance efficiency, improve access to services if properly managed. So as IRA, this is something that we really want to look at. So my question to you is, what is it that as IRA we're looking at in terms of digital IDs, digital rights? And how can others on this call, other organizations, citizens support or join us in these efforts?
Thank you. One thing we noted a while back as we were coming together as IRA is that there is a really big push in the development sector for something that is being called digital transformation. So, for example, if you go to Addis and other capitals of African policy-making bodies, you find that there is really, a lot of consultants from international policy-making bodies like the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, the European Union, and so on and so forth, who are very many steps ahead as far as this question of digital transformation is concerned. And one of the reasons why we came together is that we realized there is really no civil society presence in those kind of discussions. So people look at these issues from a very modernistic, we want to be modern point of view. But then they forget all these nuances that you have had, like what Dorothy was explaining about pensioners, or what Edwin, I think, was explaining about underage girls. So sometimes their perspectives, they may be coming from a good place, but they're informed by their own life experiences, which are more often than not very Western perspectives. And so we as IRA are trying very hard to change the paradigm of these conversations, or at least to come to the table and infuse a human rights perspective to this issue of digital transformation, because it is our shared belief that even if we had all the transformation in the world, even if we had all the smartness of smart technology, if they were not centered around human beings and people collectively, then they'll not be useful for us. And we've had the experience of governments that have gotten very sophisticated technology, but then used it against their own citizens. Same with a lot of private companies. Very good technology, very modern technology, but then used to hinder the development of people and to hinder people achieving their rights and enjoying their life. So for this reason, we try very much to infuse the rights perspective. We welcome people to follow us. We are on IRA.Africa. That's just how African we are. And I'm seeing people like Koliwe who also have interesting feminist perspectives to digital development, and many others who are on this call. So we do see a lot of opportunities for collaboration, because our goal is to make sure that we not only have digital transformation, but we have a rights focused digital transformation.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Grace. And again, as you're saying, as IRA, this is an area of interest. And we're really glad that we have so many people on the call, and we are looking for opportunities to collaborate with others who have similar interests, because this is not something that one organization or even us as an alliance can do on our own. I'll now just open up for any questions from participants, any comments, any questions from participants. You can put your hand, raise your hand, or type into the chat if you have any question, any comment for any of our participants. Any? Okay, so maybe as we wait, there was a comment in the chat about having an independent agency for digital rights in each country. And I know that in Kenya you have the Data Protection Agency. So either Sigi or Grace, could you sort of share with us your experience with that Data Protection Agency? Is it actually making a difference as a censor in decision-making processes in abuse of rights? So either Sigi or Grace?
Maybe I can kickstart the conversation. And I do apologize, my throat seems to be breaking off a little bit. What has been our experience? So maybe I can start off just by noting that in order for an agency or an authority to be able to check and to ensure that one, data protection is being protected, but also that this holistic ecosystem of digital rights is being protected and promoted by governments as they're deploying these digital ID systems, you need to have this authority established as one, an independent body, two, as a neutral body, as Avis had mentioned in the chat, and three, it must also be autonomous. Now, one of the challenges that we are facing in Kenya is that our data protection authority is not completely independent or autonomous. And this means that, one, it won't be able to independently carry out its functions in a certain manner, but that it's also not very protected from external influence, quote unquote, especially during the funding processes, during the oversight processes. One of the things that we've noted that stems from this recognition is that even though this body is able to provide certain checks and balances, that it will not be able to provide these checks and balances under the guise of independence and under the guise of autonomy. And so there are already restrictions and challenges on that particular front. So that's one. It seems a bit pessimistic, but maybe GB can jump in and provide additional comments. One of the other points that I really want to flag out is that our Data Protection Authority, as at the time that the digital ID system was being rolled out, had not yet been operationalized. And it took about a year, if I'm not mistaken, for the first data commissioner to be appointed in office, in part because of judicial challenges, amongst others. And so that process of appointment took a bit of time. So the period within which the Data Protection Act was enacted, and the period at which the Data Protection Commissioner was appointed, provided almost a year of unchecked or rather unsupervised collection of personal data into our digital ID system, but also the cleanup process was conducted in an unsupervised manner. And unsupervised here being unsupervised, no, it was not supervised by the Data Protection Authority. Our Act also grants I believe it's the Minister of ICT to develop regulations. And so one of the things that happened before the Data Protection Authority was operationalized was that several rules and regulations were released governing NIMS, governing the National Integrated Identity Management System. These regulations were twofold. So one dealt with Huduma number specifically, and the other expanded essentially on the data protection safeguards that need to be put in place in the digital identity system. Now, recently, when just aside from that, so from that perspective, there are specific data protection regulations that govern the Huduma number system in Kenya. But it's also very interesting to hear the commentary that's coming from the Data Protection Authority in terms of, so currently there's a process to develop, they've developed several regulations and they've put these out for public comments. And one of the comments that came out during the public participation process, and maybe GB, you can correct me if I have this wrong, is that the Data Protection Authority will not create regulations for NIMS because these have already been provided for by the Ministry of ICT. And so it's interesting that they are not going to review these regulations to make sure that they align with the requirements, the rules, the principles, the rights that have been set out under the Data Protection Act. But it's also interesting to see, this kind of the kind of relationship that is already being established between the authority and its line ministry and the Ministry of Interior. And so I will not speculate further on that particular relationship, and let GB provide some comments. Thank you.
Grace, you want to add anything on that?
I mean, I totally agree with Sigi about this particular process of the Data Protection Authority. One of the things I would say we have learned from that process is that the role of civil society in getting government to do the right thing cannot be understated, because if you look at the case of Kenya, for example, even the data protection law has been because of civil society advocacy over many, many years. And so therefore, I think one thing we've learned is that we shouldn't imagine that it's a journey and that once you have the law in place that you can now take a rest and go do other things and retire. No, it's like an ongoing process. And then also to plug in that we already have other institutions like the National Human Rights Institution that is also mandated to look at all these things we are talking about. And I mean, the National Human Rights Institution is even on paper at least more powerful because they can look at all aspects of rights, whether it's gender, whether it's discrimination, whether it's exclusion of some people, and so on and so forth. And so I think another role that even think tanks like IRA should be playing is to put out information over there so that these institutions can also be more aware of how these issues are affecting people. And then yeah, there's also, the whole system at the Africa Union and everywhere that also still needs to keep on being sensitized on the issues, and to know that it's very different from just what is written on these policy papers that are written by people who are very far removed from the actual situation on the ground.
Thanks a lot, Grace. And I can see a couple of comments from Koliwe around, yes, these agencies. How do we make sure that agencies are properly constituted and actually have the authority to carry out their mandate effectively? Now, Grace, you've been talking about sort of some strategies around engagement. And I just wanted to come to Dorothy, because I know that as Unwanted Witness, in addition to the research that you do around digital rights, you've also been carrying out some interventions, some engagement, some lobbying, some advocacy. So we'd just like to hear from you any lessons that you've learned in terms of how do you make progress on these issues? What one or two things stand out for you from your experience of engaging with these issues?
Thank you so much. I want to pick up from what Grace has shared and link it to what we've so far done. The issue of human rights-centered systems are very important. We cannot run away from that. Unless these systems are human rights-centered, they will continue to exclude, they will continue to affect the citizens, and governments do not care at all, because like we've had, all these programs are really pushed by certain individuals. So it's the power lies within us to be able to demand. And that also points to the fact that civil society is very powerful in this space to be able to push governments to order. I'll give an example of the data protection work we've done around enforcing compliance and accountability. We realize that even in countries that have data protection law, for example, Uganda, it has lots of exemptions, when it comes to enforcement and application. For example, that law that's supposed to protect people exempts data collected for national security, and these are broader concerns, broader provisions that really give leeway to different, either individual or the state, to be able to abuse personal data. But also delays in terms of enforcement and instituting, putting in place institutions that are supposed to protect people. For example, we've had a law for 2 years. It made 2 years on 25th of February, the data protection law. But then for over 2 years, we do not have a fully instituted enforcement mechanism in place. We just had the regulations passed by the minister and gazetted mid this month. So it leaves a lot to be desired. So what can we do as civil society, and what have we done, for example, at Unwanted Witness? We look at, because the law is already in place, so we have to get institutions to work. And getting institutions to work is that we need to check collectors of this data and ensure that we put them to the public domain, and also force institutions that are supposed to operate, put them to test to be able to work. For example, last year we did a tech investigation on the transport hailing app, which is Safe Border, to see how they practice their data protection processes and procedure, and also the privacy, internal privacy policy, right? So in that way, we did get the parliament to work. We did the investigation and then petitioned the Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker of Parliament had no choice but to instruct the Ministry of ICT to take up the investigation. And before we knew it, the ministry had directed the National Information Technology Authority, NITAU, to take up the matter, because NITAU by law is supposed to regulate the data collection in this country. So they did investigate, and then issued their first maiden report. They wouldn't have done this if we hadn't gotten them to work. You know, these are issues that we need these are actions that we need to take on if we want institutions sometimes to work, to be able to provide them with information and also make the necessary moves by way of petitioning wherever higher position authorities to be able to have them work. So NITA for the first time came up with a report related to data protection in Uganda and provided ultimatum of 4 months for this company to work. For us, that was a good starting point, because what we want to see is compliance and protection of people and their dignity. And therefore, this was a starting point, and there's so much more to be done. And for now, we are looking at focusing on different actors, be it state and non-state actors, you know, in a way of how are their practices in relation to the data protection of this country, but also internationally recognized data protection principles and standards. These have to be met by all data collectors. And therefore, we have an initiative we call the Privacy Scorecard. This Privacy Scorecard is actually seeking for compliance of the data protection law and getting citizens to be aware and active participants on how they can protect and demand for accountability from governments. You know, it's high time that citizens are involved to be able to demand. Otherwise, data will be continuously be collected, and government will continue to attain so much power over data, and also companies will still continue to use it for marketing purposes unless we come out to get everybody involved in this course. Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah, the role of citizens, ultimately, when they are aware, there is power in galvanizing citizens and getting them to demand. Boye, I'll just come to you. We've got a few minutes to go, but I know that as a paradigm, you have tried to engage with some key agencies in Nigeria on this particular issue. I just want to check with you, what have you seen as any good practices? What helps when you're engaging with these agencies? What are some of the things that you found, maybe one or two, that have been useful in enabling you have some influence?
Yeah, so, you know, when it comes to government, there is no certain things, but what I would say are the positives are seen in our engagement with key agencies. And in this instance, specifically, I'm talking about the National Identity Management Commission in Nigeria. And that's one agency that we've, had better state relationship with in terms of engagement. But where we have with them right now, I would say we are on the sweet side of the relationship, because we kind of have direct access to the, at the highest level. And we have seen that they are at least willing to listen when we engage them on issues. So we had a session on data protection and digital IDs during DRIF earlier in one of the sessions during the Nigeria edition of DRIF, and they had a representative there. And we had a lot of conversation on what is possible. So I think the positive I'll see is that at least that availability, knowing that we can always talk to those people and bring up issue, because it's usually a problem when you can't talk directly to a government agency, and then you're left with no option than to maybe explore litigation and other advocacy methods that the people on the other side like to see as adversarial. But when you have opportunity for engagement, so I think that's one positive, that open door policy that I think the National Identity Management Commission has kind of initiated, that gives us direct access to them and helps us to be able to bring up issues with them directly.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot for that, Boye. And I think really the key message coming out of this is that the work continues, and that we need to be persistent. We need to engage citizens. Grace, you talked about us engaging in the conversation on digital transformation and being able to make it right-centered and to infuse our experience as Africans into that conversation, which is something that IRA is doing. We've talked about the need for legislation, the systems, the structures. It's one thing to have them on paper, but another thing to get them work. So again, there's more work there around accountability, but also we've emphasized the importance of citizen engagement in all the work that we're doing. So I'll just check if there are any questions as we come to the end of this session. I'll just check and see if there are any other comments. Okay, yes, exactly. Again, talking about this data protection agency. So again, thank you all very much for being part of this conversation. To Grace, to Sigi, Edwin, Dorothy, and Boye for being part of the panel. Fantastic. Thank you for simplifying, which is what we intended to do with this session, and really sharing what IHRA is doing and would like to continue to do with others. Ashna, thanks for being on the call. We've got Brian and Mike who've been part of the team. Paradigm Initiative for organizing this. I mean, it's been a hectic time for you organizing DRIFT 21. We really appreciate that. And IHRA is supported by Ford Foundation. So we really want to also express our appreciation to them for the support that they give us. Please don't forget to follow us on our social media. We've put it there, handles on the chat. So we are on Twitter, we are on Facebook, LinkedIn, and our website, ihra.africa. So thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day, a good night, a good evening to all of you. Thank you, and bye. All right.